and viewers. Welcome back to day 2 of the Nigerian EU Innovation Day. My name is Arthur Ngube, and like yesterday, today I will continue to be your host and master of ceremonies. After an inspiring first day, we are excited to continue this journey of innovation and collaboration. Your enthusiasm and active participation have set the stage for another day filled with insightful discussions and groundbreaking ideas. Today, we have even more opportunities to connect, learn, and envision the future together. Whether you are joining us in person or virtually, your presence is very crucial to the success of this event. Thank you so much for being part of this significant gathering. Let's make today more memorable and more impactful than that of yesterday. And that being said, I enjoin you to have a splendid and enjoy the rest of today. Now, before I call upon the Honorable Commissioner to make a welcome keynote address, I would just like to once again remind every single member of the audience that you can interact with this event live with our QR codes that will be flashing on both ends of the screen. If you weren't here yesterday, it's pretty simple. Take out your mobile device, scan the QR code, and interact with the questions and, of course, the surveys that you find on that platform. Alternatively, you could also use the website www.slidio and of course engage with the entire set of questions that you have. Now, enough from me. We would like to invite the Honorable Commissioner to flag off day 2 with an address. Please make a warm round of applause for Honorable Commissioner, Innovation, Science and Technology, Lagos, Olatubosun Alake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and welcome to the second day of the Nigerian EU Innovation Days. I am the Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology in Lagos State, and basically my portfolio is to drive innovation, science and technology outcomes for Lagos State. We do this through a number of ways. We have a primary funding innovation body in Lagos called the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council, where we take in ideas and minimum viable products, and we fund them, and we also take them through mentorship programs. Over the past 24 months, we funded over 70 startups across fintech, agri-tech, construction tech, and so many verticals across the economy. We also do quite a bit of funding for research and development in universities, where we fund R&D experiments, we fund R&D initiatives by multidisciplinary teams, and we are quite proud of that in Lagos State. And so it's no accident that Lagos State is the powerhouse of innovation in Nigeria. We know we have many unicorns that have come out of Lagos State, and that is also because of a very supportive government. I'm sure we are all familiar with Yaba and all of the good things that have come out of Yaba over the past couple of years. Let me just inform you that at the course of the decade, around 2010, the government partnered with a company called MainOne. I'm sure some of us know the company MainOne that delivers internet services. So MainOne and the government partnered to deploy the first high-capacity fiber around the mainland, around the Yaba side. And because of that high-capacity fiber that was deployed in that area, a lot of companies started moving there, a lot of startups started moving there, and so you saw the startup activity started to mushroom in Yaba, and today, of course, Yaba is famous across Nigeria as our own little Silicon Valley. That was as a result of a partnership between public and private sector. So in the background, innovation has been happening with both private sector and government enablement. So even over the past couple of years, we have funded a number of startups you might have heard of, companies like Price Pally, who is an agri-tech e-commerce platform, companies like Farms to You that helps farmers with improving their yields, companies like TerraWork that help to drive remote working with entrepreneurs in Nigeria. And the list goes on and on and on. And so the government does a lot of enablement and funding in the background. So our presence here today is to support the EU Innovation Days and to let you know that we are here to support the ideas that will contribute significant value to the economy. This is also a networking event where you can meet other entrepreneurs and other funders that might have an idea or two that might be complementary or that might be instrumental to your business. Nevertheless, our purpose here is to drive innovation. And we are sure that with the people in this room, we are just starting on our journey to innovation. We have so many other programs that are in the works, and hopefully we will be contributing quite a bit to this ecosystem. I want to thank you very much and have a very productive day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me, I forgot to tell you all to put a round of applause for yourselves. Even though the rain is falling down in Lagos, you are among the brave, the bold, and the beautiful who are able to brave the weather and the storm to be here. You know how we say in Lagos, if you can't hear it, it is fine. But if you can't hear it, it's bad. But even with the weather, you're here. So we thank you so much, and we don't take your presence lightly. We'll be starting off with our very first session for today. It's going to be an hour-long session. And it's the EU Nigeria ongoing successful R&D projects. Now, this session will showcase the thriving research and development collaborations between the European Union and Nigeria, highlighting a range of successful projects across various sectors. Now, driving that conversation, please make a warm round of applause welcome for Laurent Boucheroux, Minister, Council of Science, Technology, and Innovation Delegation of the European Union to the African Union. Keep your hands together. Thank you so much, sir. And good morning.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, Commissioner. It was very inspiring to hear your words, and I would like to thank the organizers for setting up this impressive, vibrant event, including music and poetry, which is not always the case. It's my honor to moderate this session. I work in the EU, so the delegation of the European Union to the African Union. I'm based in Addis Ababa, monitoring the vibrant cooperation that exists between the two continents in the fields of higher education, science, and innovation. So I would like to introduce and call the panelists who have agreed to speak on this panel. This panel is about success. There will be other discussion later about failures or about obstacles or about problems, but today, this morning, it's all about success and success stories. And 5 distinguished panelists have been identified, so I would like to ask them to come to the podium. So first of all, Professor Oyebola from University of Ibadan. Okay. From University of Ibadan, he will tell us about the project he's involved in. He's the key expert for Africa on aquaculture. So we're very happy to have him with us today. So the second panelist today is Professor Sylvanus Okop-Benin, who is the Chief Medical Director at the Arua Teaching Hospital, and is involved in a very important new project on developing clinical trials to fight against Lassa fever. We will hear about this later. The third distinguished panelist is Professor Ajadi from Obafemi Awolowo University. I hope I said it right. He's an artificial intelligence expert, mathematician, and we spoke about artificial intelligence yesterday. Is one of the key actors in the country. and is involved in Erasmus projects. We talked about this yesterday, the capacity building project that exists, and we'll hear more about this. Fourth panelist is Dr. Maruf Sani. He was mentioned several times yesterday. He's the national contact point for the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions that were also mentioned several times yesterday. He works at the Ministry for Innovation, Science and Technology. Last but not least, we have Oyibo from Nigeria, another one on the panel. Is Dr. Margarita Trestini. She's an entrepreneur. Margarita, please. Entrepreneur, she's a general manager, and she has been involved in projects, but she's also the national contact point for Nigeria for different parts of Horizon Europe, dealing with helping small and medium enterprises to get funding. So an interesting speech. So before we start, and I will ask each of the panelists to present who they are, how they got involved in some EU Nigeria projects, describe the project, and also show why it's a success, because that's the theme for our panel today. And then we will take questions from the audience. But before we start, I would like to remind you that Nigeria has been an active partner in the Research and Innovation Program for many years. In the previous program, Horizon 2020, that finished in 2020, there were 31 participation from individual teams for total funding of 5 million euros, but a success rate of only 9%, which is below the average. In the current program, there has been a significant improvement of the success rate, which has now reached 14%, still below the average, so still room for improvement, but much better than the previous program. And there are already, as we are halfway in the implementation of the program, more participation than for the all 7 years from the previous period. So we have now 38 participation, and 11 million have been received by those participants so far. So more than doubling already, as we have only halfway in the implementation. So I will stop here my presentation, but you understand that although the participation is good and the success rate is better, there is much better to be achieved when you know the level of research and innovation in Nigeria. So this session is about exciting people to become part of future proposal. So we will hear testimonial from those who are currently in ongoing projects, but they will share with you some tips about how you can become the participant of the future projects. So without any further ado, I will now ask Professor Oyebola from the University of Ibadan to give the first presentation, a project called Insightis on circular food production system in cities. Quite a revolutionary idea. So, Professor, you have a micro?
Thank you very much. That's for a great introduction. Well, I'm Dr. Oyebola Olusegun. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Ibadan in the Department of Aquaculture and Fisheries Management. My department is the Center of Excellence for Teaching and Learning for African Union AU-IBA. I'm currently participating in 2 EU projects. Specifically, I'm participating in the Horizon and 1 Erasmus program. But I will talk more on the Horizon. To start with, how did I get there and what actually worked to get it there? The current project is the In-Cities Food Project, and it contains over 22 consortium members from AU and EU. It's a huge number of people coming together to work on improving the food system in our cities. And getting there is an issue of collaboration, and that's the key. And I want to hammer is that not just collaboration, but learning to continue despite failures. I got invited to participate on this particular proposal from someone who we had collaborated with earlier, and the proposal did not scale through. So when another opportunity came up, he remembered people that have worked with him, and that is Aglo Development Center. They invited me again and said, oh, there is another opportunity, and then we put in for it, and it worked out. But what made it to actually work out is because we decided not to look at differences, but we look at the strengths. And in writing the proposal, we are more objective and not political. These are some of the key things, because reviewers will not look at where they want to see the composition, they want to see the quality of the people that are on the project, they want to see how well the project is addressing the key issues in Africa, especially because we are focusing on Africa. So it was a more objective thing, and it really worked well because consortium members really understand what they are in for, and were able to bring those things together to get the proposal out for a review. It has been a success story because everybody knew what they were doing from the beginning, and we were all moving towards achieving it at every point in time. I think I want to stop there for now.
Well, thank you. You didn't tell us much about what will come out from the project in terms of new food system in cities, as we are in Lagos.
Oh,
what can
okay.
you expect in Lagos that would be different at the end of your project?
Okay, what is coming out of In-Cities, let me just say some things about the In-Cities Food Project, and that would be very good for me. The In-Cities Project is an innovation that is looking out one simple question: what can we do to improve the food system in African cities? Looking at the food situation, malnutrition condition, high number of malnutrition, great problem of food. The conventional agriculture, which uses rural area, cannot satisfy us again, because industrialization is also going to those areas, and bringing food from the rural environment to the city is also, the food loses some value. So micronutrients are lost, and so we must produce food within city environment. And production of food within city environment has challenges, because the cost of getting the land and the technology that we use to avoid waste. So the system, with technology we are bringing up, combines fish, and fish waste is used to service the vegetables, and the insect is used to reduce the cost of production for the fish production. And everything goes in a circular and integrated form. Now we are trying to, from the project, we will bring up liquid fertilizer from the insects, which, what we have done now presently, we have produced fish and produced vegetable without the use of soil and without the use of fertilizer. In a way, we are coming to organic production of food in the city, which is more healthier. And we are also producing vegetables, even using those waste. We are trying to look at different technology by which we can bring up some of the existing waste and turning them to wealth. And that is what Institute Food is trying to bring up. I believe I said it.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
very much for being so precise. Let me now move to our second panelist, Professor Sylvanus Okop-Benin, who is Chief Medical Director at the Rua Hospital. You're involved in a clinical trial funded by the EDCTP. So please tell us about you and the project.
Yeah, I'm Sylvanus Okop-Benin. I'm a professor of obstetrics and gynecology. I'm a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the Irua Specialist Teaching Hospital. I was the former chief medical director. I completed my tenure last year, so there's a new one now. But I'm the chairman of the technical working group of our Institute of Viral and Emergent Pathogens Control and Research, and the principal investigator in the Integrate Consortium project. The Horizon EU project I'm involved with is a clinical trial. We call it an adaptive platform clinical trial, where we are searching for new drugs or to repurpose drugs for the treatment of Lassa fever disease. If you're in Nigeria, you will have heard of Lassa fever disease, and you would have heard of the Irua Specialist Teaching Hospital. It's a disease that has been on for about 55 years, and there's no data-proven drug for treatment. So the research I'm doing, it's to look for new drug or repurpose an old drug for treatment of Lassa fever. I'm working on this project with collaborators from Nigeria, from West Africa, Liberia, Sierra Leone, from Europe, in Germany, in France, University of Bordeaux, Alima, and we've all come together to try to do a GCP-compliant adaptive platform clinical trial to find a new drug for Lassa. We've been working on this for a couple of years now, and already there's been quite some achievement. Just networking alone gives you and our project a global perspective. It gives work some recognition. Already some of the works we have done has helped shape the national guidelines for management of Lassa fever, both in Nigeria and the WHO guidelines. They've been shaped according to some of the works that we have done. And this has helped to improve the survival for patients who have Lassa fever. It's also helped us build strong capacity for research. Now we can boast of quite a few people who are knowledgeable in our institution to conduct a GCP-compliant clinical trial. We've improved our laboratory capacity by being able to do some molecular diagnosis, sequencing, analysis of blood tests to be able to see which drug really performs better with Lassa fever. So overall, just doing this project alone builds personal capacity, builds capacity for the institution, and the thought that one day, sooner than later, we're going to be able to get a drug that is truly effective against Lassa fever is just for me very awesome. And that's part of the things that we're doing, working on this project. Then, like I often say, Lassa fever is endemic in many communities in Nigeria and in West Africa. It's limited to just this region. And therefore, to be able to gather the world together to find an answer to a problem that is truly within West Africa, I think is really awesome. And I think if we can do this, where we've already made so much successes, then I think it's really mind-blowing. I think I'll stop at that for now.
Thank you very much. When we spoke earlier, you explained that the project is about to start, and we wish that you will be able to develop that miracle drug that we have been looking for. But you explained that although you have been working on Lassa fever for many years, you were not the one that designed fully the project. You were invited by other groups to be part of the consortium, and this bid was the winning bid. So congratulations again for being part of it. But how long will it take you to be the one in the future able to coordinate from scratch a proposal in response to a call? Is that something you feel ready to? And if not, what else would you need to develop?
Thank you. I think this is a very important question because there's something we always want to do. We want to take ownership of the project. We want to ask the questions. We want to answer questions that are truly ours. One thing I discovered about big projects, multi-center and multi-country projects, particularly clinical trials, they're not easy to coordinate. A lot of capacity has to be built to be able to coordinate that. But we truly look forward to building that capacity in a short while and being able to ask the questions and build up that kind of network. So far, I think a lot has been gained in building that kind of network. Today, I can tell you we have partners in West Africa, we have partners in Europe, and I can assure you that in some calls to come, sooner rather than later, we will be the ones inviting partners to join us in making those calls. There will be aspects of this study that we may not be able to carry out in Nigeria, or we may not be able to analyze. They will call partners to join us so we can jointly find an answer to that. Rather than partners calling us to join, we will be calling partners to join us. But it's always a collaboration. It's always networking. I made a presentation once and I said, look, if you want to jig with the big boys, then you have to collaborate. And I think that's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe artificial intelligence may help you to do this in the future. So that's a transition to the next speaker. Professor Ajadi, please tell your story. You're a mathematician by training, but you're here because you're part of a successful project on Erasmus project dealing with embedded artificial intelligence system.
Thank you, Dr. Laurent. Good morning, everybody. I'm Suraju Olusegun Ajadi. I'm a professor of applied mathematics from the Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife. I got into this project by virtue of the fact that AI is multidisciplinary in nature, and the composition of the people involved from diverse backgrounds. We have people from the health sector, from engineering, from science, and that is how I was able to get into the project. The Embedded Artificial Intelligence project is a European Nigerian, EU Nigerian project, which is in line with the European Union policy, fostering globalization, nationalization, and all the knowledge exchange of ideas and best practices in the view to persuade the policymakers, for further collaborations. In 2022, 8 universities won a grant, which these 8 universities are composed of 3 European universities and 5 Nigerian universities, with a view to promote higher education in embedded artificial intelligence in Nigeria. And these European universities are as follows. We have the University of Siegen, which is in Germany, and that is the international coordinator. Then we have the AAU, that is the University of Klagenfurt, which is in Austria, and we have KTH, which is in Stockholm in Sweden. And the Nigerian partners are as follows. We have the University of Port Harcourt, that is the national coordinator. And we have the University of Abuja, we have the Michael Okpara University in Umudike, then the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University in Bauchi, and last but not the least, the Obafemi Awolowo University, where I come from, and I'm the project leader for the university. Now, the aim of this project is actually to establish a Master of Science degree in Embedded Artificial Intelligence, which is capacity building in nature. And with that, we want to ensure that the regulatory body, which is the National University Commission, does its accreditation. Of course, that is still ongoing because there are still some things that we're expecting, particularly with respect to equipment that will be used in the laboratory, which is still being expected. And lastly, we have been able to develop a sustainability plan because the project is actually meant to last for 3 years. It actually kickstarted in University of Port Harcourt last year, that is February in 2023, and it's going to last till January 2026. That is a 3 years period. So we have developed a sustainability plan to enable it to continue even beyond the funding of the European Union. Thank you.
So how many, may I ask, how many students will be, you said master's students, right?
Yes, master student, yeah.
How many master's students will be trained in Nigeria at the end of this program?
Yeah, we expect as many as possible because, like I said, it is human capacity development. So it's going to be an ongoing process. As soon as we are done with the accreditation, hopefully before the end of this year, we are likely to bring in students, and of course it will be advertised among these 5 national universities that I've mentioned. So we are expecting as many, so there's no specific amount of students. It's going to be an ongoing process. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So from higher education, we now move to Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. They were presented yesterday. There are several components, some targeting individual scientists who want to do a postdoc. So it could be Nigerians coming to Europe, but it could be also European coming to Nigeria. There are also funding for staff exchange between a network of universities and research centers working on a similar area, and it's completely bottom-up. So the scientists who want to work together put together a proposal, and the third one is about doctoral studies. It's about training PhDs. So it's a number of universities coming together and developing a new program, and then providing scholarships for 10 to 15 PhD students who are recruited from all over the world to work in these universities on the new type of doctoral program. So there are others, but those are the main components under the Marie Skłodowska-Curie action. So as the NCP, how successful have you been so far to increase the participation of Nigerian scientists or universities?
Thank you very much, Dr. Lauren. My name is Maruf Soni, by the way, and I'm a Deputy Director at National Center for Technology Management in Ile-Ife, where Professor also resides. I'm also the head of Technology Management Education and Training in that same agencies. As you rightly said, I'm also one of the NCPs, national counterpoint for Marie Curie Skłodowska Actions program. Well, as NCP, maybe I should start from the beginning. The journey started when I was looking for my postdoc. I just completed my PhD at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, and I was looking for other opportunities that would allow me, further what I actually did with the PhD. So I came across a call asking for, postdoc students to, to apply. So I did. Of course, the first one wasn't really successful. So actually, I started from 2016 call. So I did 2016. The good thing here is I had a very good supervisor, which I also encourage whoever is interested to also, go through that route. Look for a very good supervisor, because she was the one who was actually encouraging me to apply again. Because personally for me, I wanted to give up because the competition was very, very high, very, very steep. So the first one in 2016 wasn't successful. So then she mailed me and said, Maruf, do you want to try again? I said, why not? So we try once again. So 2017, no show. So again, we tried. So until we got to 2019, that was when we were able to, make the cut. So mine was in Italy with the European Institute of Environment and Economics. They were based in Milan. They have 2 offices basically, but one is in Venice, the other one is in Milan. So that was where the program was held. As Lauren rightly said, there are various programs under MSCA. You have the co-fund, you have the doctoral network, you have the staff exchange, but mine was individual fellowship. So meaning I was basically a lone ranger. So It's an individual thing, so you go in there and you gain a lot of capacity building in that particular, area. So after the program, for me, one of the success story I would say is that after completing the program around 2020 or thereabout, I was called to be one of the NCPs, basically because of the program that I just, went through. So, and over the years now, I've been able to attend a lot of programs. Dr. Yidelifa will attest to that. That's URA-ASEX. I've been on that program for quite some time, so I usually, tell other potential candidates who might want to apply to also do the same thing. Then at the same time, I've also been able to encourage other people to also, attend or to at least attempt that particular, program. Beyond that, one of the output from the projects usually, policy briefs, journal articles, then of course conference proceedings. So far so good. We've been able to publish at least 2 papers, then quite a number of policy briefs from that particular project. And beyond that, what thing I also found interesting with this particular program is that it allows you to network. Usually, when as young scholars, when you start writing paper, you see a lot of scholars that you actually aspire to be. But what this program, allows you to do is to actually meet them in person. Because I actually met a lot of, scholars that have been reading their, journals in person and were able to collaborate on some, projects, so to speak. So again, too, this particular program has also, exposed me to be able to have a good grasp of how do you write, good grant proposals. And so far so good, we've been able to win 1 or 2, proposals with regards to that as well. So I would say it's a very good program for whoever might be interested in it. It's especially for the young scholars. It's actually very, very important. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, one lesson to be successful, you need to fail first, right? It's important because a lot of countries, once you fail, you finished. You never try again. But actually, failure is often ingredient for success, and this is true for scholarships, but also for entrepreneurs, as we know. And we have an entrepreneur on the panel, Ayubu, from Nigeria. Margarita, you are an entrepreneur. You are also involved in different projects and in different capacity as NCP as well. So please tell us.
Good morning, everybody. Apodisi, I'm Margherita Tressini, I'm GM and co-founder of Apodisi, which is an SME. And very often when you think of research and innovation projects, you only think of academics, research centers. But in almost any Horizon Europe project, you will also find industry partners. Very often it's incentivized that the SMEs, both from Europe and Africa, are partners of these projects. Civil society organization, NGOs, and so on. We are involved currently in 2 Horizon Europe projects, both of them in the farm to fork area, so clean agriculture. One is called Practice. Actually, we are here, we also have here another partner of this project with University of Maribor, computer scientist. I think I see Domen on the back, yes, from Slovenia. Practice is working on agroecology practices for smallholder farmers with 3 living labs in East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And our role specifically in the project is leading the dissemination and communication activities, meaning all the activities that ensure the visibility and the widest possible dissemination of the activities and results across different stakeholders. For example, this event is a dissemination activities, of course, but it's also all about website. We are, by the way, organizing an agroecology summit in October that will be happening online. We'll be happy to share the details. We will be in Namibia in a month at the Ruru Forum, which is again an interesting event, maybe for some of the participants, which is all about 1 week of African agricultural researchers convening there. We are also partner of Ruralities, which is a coordination and support action, CSA, so which is working, it's 42 partners, half of them in Europe, half of them in Africa, which is developing training programs for smallholder farmers. We concluded in H 2020 a couple of months ago, and we are in 2 Erasmus Plus projects, but different from the ones Professor was mentioning, because they are all about vocational training program. So this is another part of the Erasmus Plus, developing projects on vocational training capacities for African institutions. We are partner here with Lagos Waste Management. We were presenting a bit of it yesterday. We are developing a green waste management training program in Ghana and Nigeria. So in a nutshell, that's what it is. What we do in this project, communication from one side, in other, or sometimes we also pilot some of the technologies that we think are relevant for the market, for the African market. For example, smart remote expert solutions, additive manufacturing, collaborative robots, so depending on the project, obviously. But these projects give us the opportunity to test, to pilot these technologies from one side. On the other side, to collaborate with centers of excellence in Fraunhofer, thinking of Makerere in Uganda, for example, ICGB in South Africa, VTT in Finland, Fraunhofer in Germany, and so on. Meaning that from capacity building, I mean, and mentoring of our own staff, they are exposed to top-notch researchers from one side, and also to build the partnerships and connections with industry players across countries. So I think it's, from different perspectives, an excellent opportunities also for private sector to participate.
Well, thank you. Quite impressive list of activities in many fields, from higher education to vocational training, research, innovation. And I'm sure
the question is this: your research output in terms of coordinating and collaborating with government agencies in Nigeria. For instance, NIPRID, we'll be interested to see how we can take this research and go to the lab, also do the testing and move to commercialization. So is your research output open for further collaboration with agencies like NIPRID? Thank you.
okay, very specific question. Yes, please. We have 2 questions on the second row.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shola Odusanya. I'm the Director General of the National Center for Technology Management. One of the, well, I have quite a number of questions, but I'll just restrict myself to 2. One of the concerns of Nigerian, the medical establishment, is the absence of a clinical trial consortium. And perhaps maybe the professor will tell us a bit, but maybe I could extend it to ask what is the European response to the absence of a consortium of clinical trials consortia that can help to develop drugs specifically related to ailments that concern or confront us in our continent, and especially using Nigeria as an example. You know, because if you look at the environment, you find that there are very few efforts, you know, towards developing indigenous responses to the diseases that challenge us. You know, so I'm asking, is there a broader look at the issue of clinical trials to help to develop drugs de novo for our own use. And also, I'm also going to ask another question, and also within the area of scoping, because what my agency does is to provide policy advisory to government, among other things. And in the area of education, one of the things we see is the fact that, judging from the European experience, we see a lot of vocational education training, as well as the use of methods that are not conventional in teaching and in learning. And we see examples where those non-conventional methods help to provide education as well as skills, especially when we talk things like apprenticeships. You know, and I'm very delighted to hear from APODC that they are talking about some degree of apprenticeship. So again, I'm asking another scoping question, that what is the response of the European community towards restoring, in our own case, the systems that are non-conventional methods of teaching in order to acquire skills within the Nigeria and perhaps maybe the African environment.
There was a question next to you. Yes, please.
My name is Salamut Mohammed from Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. So we have about 32 NCPs in the ministry. We attended a program organized by TED Fund on grant writing. So, and we have a lot of scientists and researchers in chemical technology, biotechnology, renewable energy, methanol technology, leather technology, and also some research and development in drones, artificial intelligence, and and even robotics. But the process of assessing the grant is very cumbersome. So I don't know what European Union is doing to make it easier for our scientists to assess these funds. Thank you.
Yes, fourth question.
Okay, my name is Dahiru Asustama. Good morning, everybody. I'm a Deputy Director from the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. You made mention of the, failure rates of the EU, supported R&D projects. So you mentioned, I think 2020 you said 9%, and then this time maybe 14% or so. So I don't know what could be the reason for such failure, and how can we overcome such challenges? That is my question.
Okay, I think there is one hand behind, and then we will take responses.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My question is on the Masters of Science degree in Artificial Intelligence. So you mentioned one of the universities happened to be the university I graduated from. So I would like to know what are the requirements, what are actually the requirements to be part of the master's program? What are the undergraduate requirements? Sorry, I didn't mention my name. My name is Praise Okezie, and I'm a communications and advocacy strategist. Thank you.
Well, thank you for all these questions. We'll see whether we have time for a second round later. I think there were two questions to Professor Stephanius, and we'll let him answer this first.
Thank you very much. Very beautiful comments, and really, yes, I think it's important to collaborate with government agencies, and we should seek ways of doing that. It makes things easier for consortiums. It's just that sometimes when you're applying, you're not sure whether you'll get the grant, and so then at that stage it's mainly academics and clinicians who come together. But I think there's really an important point you have made. Collaborating with government agencies, particularly when you have gotten the grant, will facilitate a lot of things. So I think this is something I'll raise up with our consortium, and particularly with NIBRID. Like you said, we worked together during the COVID, and I think such partnership can help foster what we do in this consortium. Then, so your question too, very important question. You probably won't even realize how important that question really is. having the Nigerian consortium. Indeed, there's a Nigerian Lassa Fever Research Consortium, and that's what grew into collaborate with European partners to get this study in place. But I think what it's important is also getting the government agencies into this consortium. They may start as academic consortium to apply for grants, but I think when they have these grants, there should be room to bring in the government agencies, because they also facilitate in many ways for licensures, for approvals, for information, because when you eventually get the drugs, you will need to license, you will need to deploy, and then it becomes very important that they are incorporated at an early stage. Of course, there's the Ministerial Lassa Fever Task Force on vaccines that are working with many institutions, scientists, academicians, government agencies, that's chaired by the DG, NCDC, and co-chaired by the NAFDAC DG. I think that's an example of academicians working with government agencies to answer some of these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I may complete the second part of the question about development of clinical trials in Africa, I would like to remind you that this initiative, EDCTP, which stands for Europe Developing Country Clinical Trial Initiative, started 20 years ago. We just launched the third phase with a total budget of 1.6 billion euro over 7 years. 800 million come from Horizon Europe, from the health cluster. There are money as well from individual member states, but also from African states. There are 28 states contributing, mostly in kind, but sometimes also with funding. And they are also co-funding by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and charities and pharmaceutical groups. So it's a major initiative. Initially, it was focusing on the three main infectious diseases affecting sub-Saharan Africa, but now it's broadened to nearly all infectious disease, including what they call neglected infectious disease. So as Professor explained, there is also, it's not just, it's about a capacity building in sub-Saharan Africa. And a lot of the projects are also bringing government agencies to make sure that the clinical trials are developed in the best way, and the regulation also is there in terms of ethics or in terms of approval. So we have a complete ecosystem which is nurtured for accelerating the development of drugs and vaccines to attack what we already know, but also what's coming, the next pandemics, obviously, which will probably hit us someday. So there is, and I encourage you to look at the website to see all the projects, because some of the projects, maybe Nigeria is not part of it, but there's always ways for you to try to be invited to some of the meeting and join some of the consortia on areas of interest for you. So there was another very specific question to Professor Ajadi on, you've been very successful in promoting your project because you already have people interested to join. So how can people become students in one of your master's programs?
Yeah, thank you. The entry requirement, like I told you, the program is actually regulated by the NUC, and of course, the entry requirement is as stipulated by NUC. But however, it is important to tell you that for you to be able to access the MSc degree, you need to have a good background in the science and technology related courses at a minimum of not less than 2.2 to be able to access the MSc degree. And of course, there are some universities that will also emphasize the O-level requirements that, of course, you must have it even though you have graduated. You must have the O-level requirements. So you need to conform with the NUC requirement as well as the university entry requirements to be able to join in the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Then there were three questions that probably can be answered by all the panelists on non-conventional education systems and vocational education and training. I think Margarita probably is best placed, but we have many professors who have probably something to say. There is a question on the success rate. Why is it not as good as we could expect? And there is a question on the how can we better support those who want to apply in the future. So let's start with the question on the education. So Margarita, if you can start.
Thank you, and thanks also for the question. Because it gives me the chance to say a few more words about these Erasmus vocational training programs and calls. First of all, the scope is the whole sub-Saharan Africa or Northern Africa in terms of regional. Second of all, it promotes very clearly the twin transition, so green and digital. And the very core objective of the call, and the proposals must be aligned, of course, is to strengthen the capacity of vocational training centers across Africa. It must, any proposal must include at least one vocational center in a given country in Africa, possibly more. I have to say that there are several projects ongoing in Nigeria in this program. Other countries are much less represented. So, for example, we included recently Sao Tome that has no projects at all. So Nigeria is already pretty successful. So from one side, the projects have to reinforce the trainers, so the capacity of the trainers first. And secondly, of the students, the receiver. I give you two examples in the projects we are involved in. For Green Vet Africa, that is on green waste management in Nigeria and Ghana, the program in class, online and on-site is concluded. Right now, 50 students in Nigeria, same in Ghana, are starting their internship programs in local companies. So at the very beginning of the projects, we have involved the value chain, the supply chain, asking which skills are you lacking and missing, so that when we train possible future employees and staff, we are doing based on your needs. Now, over summer, they will go through internship with these companies to apply what they learned in class. In another projects, we have developed an e-learning platform that has already 1,500 members. And that's where multimedia training materials are available, obviously for free, with a certificate issued once the program is completed by the learners, but also with several interactive tools to communicate with trainers, to have online, on-spot classes, and so on and so forth. So different projects and topic of projects for training, different approaches of alternative means of learning. I hope it clarifies. Thank you.
Yes, so a combination of a kind of top-down interventions where we know that there is need, for instance, associated with the manufacturing advanced vaccines, MEV+, there is the ambition to prepare and develop further skills to make sure that we will have enough people. The African CDC has their own talent program development that we support to make sure that there will be enough people, and we would keep those people after they're trained, because there is also a brain drain issue often to make sure that we have competent people sufficiently present in Africa to run these new ambitious programs. And then we have a bottom-up program like Erasmus, the part dealing with vocational education and training. Universities and and organization can come together with a proposal on the topic they feel needs activity. So that's bottom up. You know, we don't need to wait for governments to tell you what to do. In this case, I'm a new government, so I should not say that in a negative way. I'm saying for those who are representing universities and research organizations. Sorry about that. So I think that covers, unless one of our panelists, our professors, want to say something about what you do in terms of non-conventional education or vocational training. I'm not pushing, but on the new circular food system in cities, are you thinking of special opportunities to develop new curricula or new ways of training people?
Thank you very much. As part of the activities of the Institute's Food, we have 2 centers in Nigeria, Ibadan and Lagos here. And what we do is to undertake training for people to get to know how to produce, how to do what we are doing in their own houses. You can produce food in your house without soil and without the use of fertilizer. And that we do training. Currently we have trained people, we train them, we onboard them to work with us in the lab so that they also lay their hands on those things and they can do it by themselves. And at Ibadan, for instance, we have done series of training. About 48 people have been onboarded, also in at Lagos here. And we are collaborating with women. We're training women, for instance, on the World Environment Day. We organize a sensitization program whereby we demonstrated and we are exposed to those people how the technology can be used to handle deforestation, desertification, and loss of biodiversity. By this coming Saturday, we'll be having training in series for youths. Because youths are no more really so much interested in agriculture because of maybe the crude way. But the technology we are using, there is no weeding. Weeding is one of the major issues in agriculture, but there is no weeding, and that particular problem is off. So we do training, and we'll continue to do training for as many that are interested. Good enough, the Oyo State government have actually bought into this, and they are trying to put it in some of the policies they want to do, because we are also driving towards sustainability. We want to drive into policy aspects so that it could be in policy that people should produce food within their houses anywhere. We don't need soil. The technology has gone beyond that. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add this. I'm not so sure how relevant it is to the topic, but I do believe a lot in mentorship as a way of learning, very active way of learning. For example, clinical trials. Even if you have a master's and a PhD in clinical trials, and you haven't conducted one or two or joined a mentor to conduct one or two clinical trials, that's going to be extremely difficult, even with the degree. So mentorship is very important. And that's simply, I get somebody working with me and doing everything that I do, and eventually they learn the ropes. Then for agriculture, we're talking about innovations. So for agriculture, I always wonder what we're training people in agriculture for when they go to ivory towers and they stay in big universities and they are learning beans is made up of 2 cotyledons, 1 cotyledon and 2 cotyledons. I don't know how they're going to be great farmers. My idea of training somebody in agriculture is to put him in a big farm with 1 or 2 classrooms. And in the morning you go to the farm, by 12 you come and take 30 minutes of lectures and you go back to the farm. But if you put them in ivory towers and you're telling them rice has 1 cotyledon, beans has 2 cotyledon, yam it's a tuber of yam, then how is it going to work in a farm? The reason why Nigerian doctors are wanted all over the world is because they are trained in the hospitals, not in the universities. So from very early, they touch patient, they know patient, they ask patient questions. They are part of giving the drugs. So I think if we really want to innovate in agriculture, we should, look, just pick some boys from the streets, put them in the farms. After 4 years, give them BSc in agriculture, rather than bring them to the classrooms and teach them about beans has 2 cotyledons. Put them in the farm. You have a lab there where they can test the soil. You have another place where they can get their machineries, learn about the tools, and they get some theory, but more or less they're in the farm working. I hope I'm relevant in what I just said.
I think. Thank you very much, Prof, for your very inspiring words, as you can see, and the Commissioner wants to reply. But before I give you the floor, and maybe you will give the concluding remarks for this session, I would like to address the 2 other questions that were asked. One was related to the low success rate or below expectation, I mean, quoting my words. And the other one was how can applicants get help. We heard yesterday about Your Access Africa, this initiative about bringing information early on about opportunities and organizing webinars and linking people. We talked about mentorship. I mean, this is also relevant for people who can get help from others who have been successful. But if I can now ask to address those 2 questions about how to become more successful, because that's the goal of this session, make Nigeria more successful, building of current success, and also help future applicants. And maybe first the 2 national contact points, if I may. Dr. Maruf.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lauren. I will quickly speak to the issue of success rates of applicants in Nigeria. Basically, we need to first understand that maybe it's the awareness. The awareness is actually not there to start with, because, for instance, now the question is how many people even apply to start with before we start talking about failure. Because in many instances, there are not really many that apply from Nigeria. So first of all, I think we need to deal with that. How do we get people to apply to the programs? Once that comes on board, then we can now start talking about are we successful or not. First, let's get people to know about this program. And once that is done, then we can begin to look at what are the success rates. That's one. The other thing is we also need to address what Mrs. Amat was saying. How do we encourage people? How do we help? The idea is that the issue of success rate actually brought about the establishment of what they call Horizon Europe Nigeria, whereby EU is collaborating with Nigeria's tertiary institutions, whereby they have a program now where they encourage people to apply to that particular program. So now we have a dedicated website where we have a lot of calls coming from Nigeria that Nigerians could also apply. So I would advise people to also go to that website and check those calls. They are there. So we can apply to those calls. That's one. Another thing is when you look at MSCA, the good thing about it is that it's open to all the disciplines. That's one. The other thing is that you could apply from anywhere in the world. But again, that becomes a double-edged sword because it makes it a bit more competitive. So you could see, now in my own case, the first one it was 80%, I think 84%. The second one, 84.something%. Then the third one, 89%. So you could, and now I even heard about somebody who got 92% and was not chosen. So it's a bit competitive as we speak. So don't really blame people as such as if they are not successful. They're actually successful. It's just that the program has become a bit more, competitive, so to speak. That's one. But the good thing about that is this. That's what they call MSCA Seal of Excellence, which will also, speaks to TETFund, what TETFund does within our system. It's called MSCA Seal of Excellence. And what does that do? Once you got a score above 80%, I think 80 or 85%, they give you a Seal of Excellence. And what does that do? If you know a particular country who will take that on board, then you could apply. Then they will take you. Meaning, if you are not making the cut with the EU, you could actually apply to those other countries and they will take you. Because the idea is that you're already successful, the proposal has already been assessed, and it's been found worthy, so they could actually go along with it. So how does that relate with us in Nigeria? I would say TechPort could also do the same thing. Once you see an applicant scoring above 80%, it means something is in there in that proposal that they could also use. So why can't you just pick them up and fund them? For me, I think that would make a lot of sense, because rather than saying they are not being successful, blah, 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 we could actually bring those guys on board who are already doing well. I mean, if somebody had 85%, that's good enough. So I think some of our funding agencies could actually go ahead and fund those particular proposals. That way, we have quite good numbers who will be successful at the end. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe Margarita want to complete on this success rate help for a future applicant?
It's tough. Preparing a proposal, by the way, we are national contact point for EIT, EIC, that stand for European Innovation Council, European Technology.
Technology.
Yeah. So we are here also to help partners in building consortium and preparing proposals. But the Horizon in particular is extremely competitive. I mean, average, the outcome is, positive outcome is 15, success rate is 10–15%, and then it depends on the cause. So it's not a problem of Nigeria. It's very competitive across the board. It's a matter of having responding very, very clearly and to the point to the calls expected outcome and impacts. It's a matter of having a consortium that is very credible, that includes the skill and competences required by the call and the activities. It means that the budget is developed and it's again credible. It takes a lot of time in a collaborative manner to write a proposal. We're talking months, not weeks. So it's an investment, but it's also, when we say failure, I mean, it's always disappointing when a proposal is rejected, of course, but it's also an opportunity to build working relationships with other universities and partners. I mean, we have lost a lot of proposals, but it was much faster and easier to follow up on another call and restart another discussion with those excellent partners. So it's not, I wouldn't blame Nigerians for failure, honestly.
Can I put a word?
Yes, please.
I think also it's important to choose your topic carefully. Let it be very relevant and have impact, the work that you want to do. Then if you or your institution have some comparative advantage, then it's easier to say this is what we bring to the table for the other consortium to complement. That really can make your position very strong. So a topic that's going to have impact, that's going to, and then you justify it properly, and you say, look, my institution, for example, my institution has, is renowned for Lassa fever work, for infectious disease work. So if you're going to do any work on Lassa fever, COVID, monkeypox, and you see the name of my institution, then it automatically rings a bell. So I think the topic matters. Have your strength that you bring to the table so that it can be complemented by your partners. I think those matter. Then of course, the way to succeed, it may be going through some failure periods. It's just normal. It was on our third application that we eventually got one, and then we've applied for another one. And we are hopeful that we will get a gain, and it continues like that.
So don't be afraid to fail if you want to be successful. I think that's the lessons we hear. You want to, because I'm trying to wrap up. So
just a quick one, just to add to it. One of the reasons why proposal fail is people write proposal in hurry. Such a highly competitive proposal, you spend time to prepare. And you don't go with just your own straight mind. You read minds and bring those ideas. That's why I was talking about objectivity and then criticism. Within the consortium, we must be able to critique very well, because the reviewer stands as a school of thought. And so different schools of thought will know how to think about it and then get it out. So the issue of time and the issue of really getting to the root of what is important. And they also look at the potential impacts. How deep will this go? And it's very important to factor that into the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have used the hour, and we started late, and it's late. But Commissioner, you wanted to say something earlier. I didn't give you the floor, and I think it would be nice if you have the opportunity to say a few closing remarks. What did you learn from this successful panel today?
Thank you very much. I mean, firstly, what an impressive panel. I think the depth of experience and capacity on the panel is one that I'm particularly proud of. But I was going to ask a question, and especially to the professor that is working on Lassa fever. Are you working with any pharmaceutical companies at this level? And of course, for the professor on food systems, because I was just thinking, in Lagos, we import 80% of our food, you know, from outside sources. So how involved are you with, you know, agricultural companies? Because I find that in Nigeria, and this is from our own experience in Lagos State, we fund a lot of R&D projects. At any point in time, around 70 across different sectors. But there's a huge gulf, you know, between those projects and industry, and how we tie those links together. And I'm particularly concerned about applied research. You know, you thought about, you talked about writing proposals in a hurry. How linked are we to making sure that some of these proposals are very relevant and they actually apply to industry problems? Because I think we have a huge gulf in this country in that regard. In the US, 30% of R&D funding comes from public sources, but 70% is from private sector, right? Even companies have their own research labs. I mean, most of us have an iPhone today. The iPhone would not have been possible if there wasn't a company called Xerox that had the Palo Alto Research Center, and a lot of the work in that place came out. So I'm particularly concerned about that industry tie-up because I think that would really help the commercialization part. I don't know if anybody has just a few words on that.
Yes, that's a few.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. We're trying, like I said, it was a platform trial, and we're trying several drugs. The standard of care drug right now is ribavirin. So that's the control arm. We're doing a phase 2 trial. So the drugs we are trying are drugs that have gone through development, preclinical trials, phase 1 trials, and found safe and tolerable to humans, effective, shown good efficacy in animal studies. So it's at that stage we now try the drug. The other drug we're trying is favipiravir. It's one of the arms. the company is Toyama in Japan. And we're discussing with the manufacturer. Then we have other arms that are trying to combine ribavirin and dexamethasone, ribavirin and Favi. And there's some other drugs that are still in development. They've not yet gone through phase 1 in the countries of manufacture. If they go through phase 1, they've gone through preclinical trials, found effective in animals, then they go through phase 1, they are safe and tolerable before we see if they are efficacious. And we're discussing with those companies also. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I want to talk on the academic-industry relationship. Actually, in this program that I'm just shared with you, we were in SIGEN last year, March, for one of the trainings, preparatory to the takeoff of the project. And what we observed was that the hands-on is very, very impressive. I mean, the practical session. We were in the lab and we are made to, work on some projects. And immediately at the completion of the project, it didn't just stop there. We had to, take it up from there, the software, put it in an FPGA, and took it to an industry for implementation. And you could see the output, your own work, being implemented in industry. So that is something that, is very impressive, and it spurs, passion that you want to, continue to do it, because you can see the effects of what you have been able to do in the laboratory. So I think, just like you have said, there's a wide gulf between research and practice, and we need to bridge the gap. Once we're able to do that, I'm telling you, we have a vibrant and very energetic youth population in this country, and of course, they can take us further to development. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Well, that's a very good question, and let me first say that the aquaculture industry, the aquaculture production in Nigeria is private sector driven. So most of the people we are taking this product to, they are already into it. And how do we get this thing across to them is by exposing to them that this thing is available, and then telling them this is how to achieve it. And that's exactly what we are doing. Now we are bringing people in clusters, and there's also going to be a cascade funding to support people that want to go into some of the sectors of what we are trying to do, and even beyond. So what we do is we are bringing people in batches to train them, and it's open, it's free. So people can come maybe from industry or from anywhere. You train them, this is how to do this, and this is how to do this, and this is how to do it. And we are targeting especially the youth and the women in a way to empower them, because part of what we do in the project is business modeling. We are bringing business models out of these things that we are talking about, which the youths and the women can be empowered with. So we are already building the aspect of getting to the private sector into the proposal.
So, thank you. I think we need to close. Do you really want to say? Okay. 1, 2 sentences.
I'll make it quick. Well, I'm just going to respond to what the Honorable Commissioner was trying to say about bridging the gap between the private sector and the academia. For me, I think one important thing we need to be doing is to make a demand-driven R&D. That is it. Until we begin to do that, we're still going to be coming back here and saying the same thing. And most especially within the tertiary institutions, most of our PhDs, how many of them are demand-driven? Very few. So until we begin to look in that direction, I'm sure we are still going to come back here and still saying there's a gap between the industry and the academia. Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner, I hope you're convinced by the responses that those issues are well addressed. I think we are running late, so I would like the whole audience to give a round of applause for our brilliant panelists.
Thank you so much. If our camera crew could please don't leave yet. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we have our QR codes popping up on the screen in a matter of seconds. You can interact with our in-audience activation by just using your cell phones to scan the QR codes. We also have an event from, I beg your pardon, we also have a competition from yesterday, the Slam Poetry Competition. Vincenzo is going to be sharing those details in a matter of moments. Don't forget, there's some amazing giveaways up for grabs for the most creative and compelling piece of poetry put together using the particular phrase, innovation.
Thank you, Arthur. Can we please get the QR code for the web
There
page?
you go. QR code is up now.
Right, so we got some extra minutes. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, and also for those of you who were here yesterday who didn't make their submissions yet, if you indeed access the QR code-based page, there's a submission page for your rhymes on innovation and on EU-Nigeria cooperation. We got already approximately more than 10 submissions, so still time for a few submissions. If you want to do it, just do it now. Write your rhymes. It could be rap, it could be poetry, a sonnet about the power of innovation and the power of EU, Nigeria, and Africa, Europe cooperation and entrepreneurship. So please do so. Do it within the next few minutes. We're going to review the submissions, and the best submissions are going to be performed, read out loud, in the closing ceremony later on today.
Yes,
Thank you.
indeed. Just to be sure, there is no... Vincenzo, I was going to ask, is there going to be a prize, maybe a Schengen visa prize or something? I'm sure members of the audience would like to, to encourage them.
In the same spirit of yesterday's Afrobeat show, we'll keep this as a surprise until the end. So stay until the end, make your submission, and you'll find out.
There you go. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Vincenzo, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So get your creative juices flowing. We would definitely love to read some of the most creative pieces of poetry. Now, we have another very interactive session. This one is going to be talking about Nigerian innovation success stories. Success has so many parents, and we're going to be hearing from some individuals who have recorded successes in their areas of endeavor. Now, allow me to first and foremost welcome a Nigerian successful agri-tech innovator in the name of Joseph Ante Agristi from Urban Agriculture. He's going to be coming up to talk or give us their successful stories in the agri-tech innovation sector. Joseph Ante Agristi. A round of applause for Joseph as Joseph makes his way on stage. So we have three amazing individuals coming to share their stories. Each session is going to last for 10 to 15 minutes. Could we keep our hands clapping as Joseph still makes his way up, please? Thank you. Joseph, it is a pleasure. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols duly observed, the Honorable Commissioner, and everyone present. My name is Joseph Ante, and I'm actually a co-founder and CEO of Agric City. At Agric City, what we are doing at Agric City is that we've actually developed an innovative farming hardware solution that is sustainable, and it's actually for the purpose of encouraging agricultural education as well as the practice of urban farming. And as we actually know, according to some of the panelists that we had that spoke earlier, the agricultural sector is actually moving from what we have in terms of developing in the rural areas to actually ensure that we have systems within urban settings. And that is what we're doing at Agric City. And we started this project with part of the fundings that we actually got. And the problems we are solving is actually, number one, increasing food costs, as well as protein deficit and malnutrition. Then thirdly, which is a very vital point, which we've actually discussed here, is low youth interest in farming and in agriculture. And we came out with a unique solution to actually solve this problem. Apart from just the hardwares that we've actually designed, we've actually also made it a bit digital. And part of the solution is to grow systems and to create these hardware systems which are solar powered, within urban homes as well as in schools and in public places. And apart from this system being actually locally produced in Nigeria and being solar powered and being controlled by IoT devices and developed to actually grow simultaneously poultry, aquaculture, and also vegetables, both fruiting and leafing vegetables within a singular space. And this was part of the first phase that we went through. And because of various issues, and which includes the high rate of urbanization, the route to urban migration, as well as the urgent need for decent jobs, as well as our import-dependent economy where we find ourselves, we've actually ensured that we target various middle to high income earners in urban cities, example like Lagos, as well as educate the next generation. And with this, we are actually targeting young school children, whereby we take sustainable hardware solution to schools. And this has been very effective with our partnership with the Lagos State Government and with the Kingdom of Netherlands. And we do our designs in-house within our team, and we ensure that, number one, we provide these hardwares, we set up urban farms, and our Young City Farmers Initiative. And this Young City Farmers Initiative is what I actually described earlier. And that is what we are doing with the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture, whereby with the Lagos Agri Scholars Program, we build school farms across various schools in Lagos, public schools, and we train students. Currently, we've been able to train over 4,500 students using our smart system. Next slide, please. So this is some of the success stories we've had with the Lagos State Government, whereby we've been able to construct and build some of the smart school farms across various schools. And these are some of the students and children that we train. We train them that they don't actually need to grow vegetables like they are holding with normal soil, but they can be able to grow them with water in a symbiotic relationship. And we also have the Farm as a Service. And the Farm as a Service, what we do is that we have our AgriCity e-academic platform, which people can actually go and learn about digital agriculture, as well as our food growers. Our food growers are actually those individuals that we place in these systems in urban and also in urban areas to be able to teach and to be able to grow. For example, if the honorary commissioner, for example, wants a system in his house and he cannot be able to manage it, so we have an urban grower that would help in the management of that system, as well as the systems we have across various schools. And this is our traction so far. This is what we've been able to do. We've actually constructed about 14 facilities across various schools in Lagos, and we've actually we've actually installed more than 24 household units. And one of the unique things that we are also doing in our Farm as a Service is that when this produce is actually gotten, we actually take it from the households that after they've actually taken out the ones for themselves and their families, we take it, we process it, and we export them as well as we sell locally. Next slide, please. So currently we are actually moving towards scaling this, and it's one of the projects we are working on, which is the Green Delta Initiative. Next slide. And this Green Delta Initiative is actually to ensure that we have the smart farms like this across a larger expanse to be able to ensure that we feed a large majority of community. And this project is actually expected to house about 205 individuals within a period of 6 months, and 6 months to a year, and train them on effective and sustainable agriculture, as well as the produce being gotten from here is expected to actually be processed and feed the local community, as well as the larger in terms of exports target towards Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora. And this is what we've actually been doing, and this is our team, although quite more extensive, but this is actually the core team, and myself and a group of advisors. And next slide, please. And so far, these are some of the partners we've actually worked with to be able to ensure that our innovation actually come into fruition, especially the Lagos State government, which has actually partnered with us to be able to take our innovation beyond just an idea phase. Thank you very much for listening to the presentation, and if you have any questions, we are well ready to be able to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Can we keep our hands together for Joseph, everybody? And so for our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, we have another successful story to share with you guys. This is a Nigerian successful health innovator, and this presentation will be made by Rebecca Ogusonya, representative of 8 Medical. Can we give a round of applause to Rebecca, please, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol. So I have a very quick question for all of us. Please, the slides. Thank you. All right, cool. Next slide, please. Yes, so quick question to everyone. If you have the opportunity to choose within life and death, what would you choose? Life, right? I know, right? Seems silly, yeah? Yes, life. Another question would be, yes. So I just want to quickly ask, how many of us played that game, Your Money or Your Life, while we were growing up? How many of us? Yes, I like to see that. So, and that is the case of a lot of Africans. And the real notion behind that question is, can your money buy you life? And the reality is, no, it cannot. Next slide, please. And this is the reality for, according to WHO, the reality for 9 out of 10 Africans, including you and I in this room right now. WHO says 9 out of 10 Africans lose their lives yearly due to lack of access to urgent and emergency care services, meaning 9 out of 10 Africans die yearly, meaning leading to a number of 5 million deaths yearly due to poor infrastructure, information gap, and underutilized health workers. Next slide, please. As we can see in the picture, it shows that a large number of Africans, including Nigeria, lose their lives yearly because they do not have access to urgent and emergency medical services. Next slide, please. So I'll tell us a little sad story, but I mean, there's a testimony in between. So a few years ago, our founder, Dr. Ibukun Tundeoni, lost 2 of his uncles to needless deaths. We like to say needless death because they could have been avoided, but I mean, may their souls rest in peace. One of them died to an asthmatic attack from the wrong hospital to the right hospital. Let's take note of it. Wrong hospital to the right hospital. While the other one died of a cardiac arrest in front of his family during the Christmas period. And I pray that my soul rest in perfect peace. And our founder himself, Dr. Abukuntunde Oni, was involved in a road traffic accident and was left without access to care on the roadside for 3 hours. Yes, 3 hours without access to care on the roadside. Next slide, please. And thinking about all of this, this led him to create a product called 8 Medical. 8 Medical is an end-to-end platform that identifies and connects urgent emergency medical resources to users within 10 minutes or less, reducing the wait time from 3 hours that he spent on the roadside to 10 minutes for users. Emergency medical services like hospitals, next slide please. Hospitals, next slide please. Hospitals, ambulances, next slide. Ambulances, personnel, next slide. Information, next slide, and credit. And I'd like to bring your attention to information. If you listen to the story I told earlier, it says one of his uncles died to an asthmatic attack from the wrong hospital to the right hospital, meaning there was an information gap that led to the death of one of his uncles. Next slide. And this led us to creating a product, Aid Medical. And how does it work, right? So we have the patient hospital web app where all requests come in. If you're having an emergency, what's the first thing you do? You make a call. Yes, you either call an ambulance service or you call the nearest doctor you know, or you call someone. So we get a request through calls, through emails, WhatsApp messages, through any of our social media handles, to the which these calls go to the CRM admin dashboard portal, where all calls are tried, all calls, all images, all mails are tried, and then sent to the responders mobile app. Responders are the ones that receive this request and are able to respond to emergencies. So when it goes to the responders app, the appropriate and the nearest responder responds to the emergency, and then care is given. And in most cases, when it leads to an ambulance transport, the patient is taken to the hospital. Next slide, please. Yes, and I know that it seems like a lot. I mean, it seems like, oh, how are we able to do this? How are we able to do that? Like I said, we identify and connect users to emergency medical services. And we're able to do this. We're able to do this by providing 4 major services, which is ambulance transport, ambulance standby, ambulance response, and urgent care. Ambulance standby, for example, will be at an event like this. I'm not sure if you noticed on your way in, there's an ambulance standing outside. So it means that if for any cases an emergency, we're able to respond to that emergency without it leading to a wait of 10 hours or 3 hours or an hour at the very least. And you can say that how have we done so far? Since we started, we have been able to receive 13,000 plus calls. We have attended to 10,000 missions. Still the same slide, please. 10,000 missions. We have saved 7,000 plus lives since we started 2 years ago. And we've been able to raise a monthly revenue of $15,000. And we've provided jobs for 378 responders, used at least 60 plus facilities, and partnered with 50 plus partners. Next slide, please. And some of our partners are here. We have partners we work and partner with companies, be it hospitals, be it HMOs, be it schools, be it event planners such as this, and be it different companies, because we understand the fact that there could be an emergency any place and any time. That's why we like to say that we are an emergency response service that attends to you where it matters the most. And if you think about it, nobody knows when an emergency comes to play. Nobody can predict if there's going to be an emergency here or not. But being available at the right time and at the right place and giving access to that saves at least the 5 million people that die yearly. And let's not forget, it could be you and I at any point in time. Next slide, please. So our vision, basically, we say that we're building Uber plus 911 for Africa. I'm pretty sure everybody here at least knows of the number 911. At least we watch movies and we see it. And that's what we're building for Africa at large. Being able to attend to emergencies at the right time is what makes it a good solution. And not just at the end of the day, not just 3 hours, but being able to attend to this within 10 minutes as well. And our goal is for the next few years is to be fully present in Nigeria, starting with Lagos, and at least being developed in 2 least developed countries. And we're looking at this, how can we do this? But having a pool of 3,000 responders, 1,000 ambulance, next slide please, partner with at least 1 telecommunications, have a fleet of at least 1,000 ambulances, partner with fire, which we're already doing with the Lagos Fire, which we're already doing with the Lagos State Fire Response Team, partner with hospitals and the police force as well, because when we think about this, the fastest people that are readily on the roadsides are the police and the nearest government parastatals. So if we're able to train the police force and train other government parastatals to respond to emergencies, at least in basic life support or CPR, we're able to save at least 1 life every day on the road. And we're looking at these numbers that at the end of the day, we're looking at for the next 2 years to be able to save 10 million lives in Nigeria, starting with Lagos, and at least, like I said earlier, to 2 least developed countries. Next slide, please. So we are our team. This is our managerial team. That's our CEO, Dr. Bukuntunde Oni, and our team in total have 25 plus years of experience in healthcare, in operations, in product management, to be able to handle all of this and ensure that the lack of access to emergency care in Africa reduces. Next slide, please. So if you're like us, if you're tired of losing lives, if you're tired of hearing of the number of deaths, especially to needless deaths, deaths that could have been avoided, join us at Aid Medical as we save lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your hands together for her once again. What an amazing presentation. Like I always say, you cannot leave things of the health to it is not my portion alone. We must take actionable steps to ensure that our lives are thoroughly insured and insured. We have another speaker who will be closing out on the session of the successful stories coming up. This final speaker will be speaking on Nigerian Successful Industry 4.0 Innovator in the name of Gideon Adigbashon, founder, Circle Lab Industry 4.0. Can we have Mr. Gideon make his way off stage? Thank you very much. Can we keep our hands together for Gideon, please?
Hi everyone, good morning. Very simply and quickly, I will be sharing on how blockchain technology can support the Industry 4.0 transition. Next slide, please. Now, blockchain and Industry 4.0, these are drivers, right, to revolutionizing the future. They are the means to an end, right? They help us get to the expected future. And blockchain, yeah, is not just a buzzword, but a transformative tool that we use in driving the fourth industrial revolution forward. Next slide, please. Now, what is Industry 4.0? Now, the way I like to think about it, very simply, is the integration of physical and intelligent digital technologies into manufacturing and industrial process. Now, based on these application of existing technologies like AI, IoT, Internet of Things, robotics, and even automation, right? We are able to simplify processes that are tackled right now in a very segregated manner, and we are able to bring these things and use digital autonomous systems, which are all encompassed within blockchain technology, to solve these problems. Now, next slide, please. What then is blockchain? Very simply, it is the distributed ledger that stores record and information in a trusted way. What does it mean, storing information in a trusted and secure way? It means it provides very key things that you need in ensuring that you are able to provide services that are trusted. For example, transparency is very key, security is very key. I will expand a little bit more on transparency as I drive further. Next slide, please. Now, to further elaborate on how blockchain can support the Industry 4.0 transition, I have success stories that I'm going to share here. I'm going to share this example, this success story. Now, our team were tasked with building a decentralized autonomous organization, which you also know as DAO, right, for a company whereby we were tasked to manage collaborative projects in a transparent and efficient manner. Now, the goals for this responsibility were very clear and straightforward, right? We were to reduce costs, enhance governance, and improve efficiency. How did we get this done? Firstly, I'll talk about the challenge. Next slide, please. Now, we were dealing with complex decision-making structures. from the traditional hierarchical structure where you often find decisions are delayed, sometimes miscommunications, and even sometimes corruption, right? And thus, we needed a solution that brought about democratic decision-making in a transparent way. Next slide, please. How did we solve this? This is where we implemented blockchain. And we built a DAO-based system. And these are the very three simple steps that we followed in implementing this solution. The very first one is decentralized decision-making. Now, every key stakeholders in an organization have voting rights. And these voting rights were built and programmed into the smart contracts. Very simply, smart contracts are programs that run on the blockchain. So each and every stakeholders in the organization had voting rights that were built into the smart contract. Second one was the transparent process. Every proposals, every decisions, every votes were stored and recorded in the blockchain. Now, very simply, I will expand more on the transparent process because you might be wondering, if all proposals, all data are stored in the blockchain, then where is the room for privacy? Now, the implementation of blockchain into your organization and how you implement it is what matters, right? Now, take for instance, there is an organization that have private and sensitive data, and you want to integrate the blockchain to ensure that decisions or anything you're doing in your organization are transparent. How do you do this? Very simply, say for instance, we have a backend and a database where we store our data. What we're going to do is, at every instance where we are writing to the data, maybe we are uploading any documents to the database, what we do is we take a hash of that instance of data that is being written to the database and we store that on the blockchain. Now, because you know that every instance of inputs will produce the same output. So which means if the data that is stored in the database, a traditional database, has been altered, then the hash that will be provided or generated will be changed, right? And since your hash has been recorded on the blockchain, and we know that blockchain stores information, you cannot tamper with the information stored on the blockchain. You just do simple pattern checking and you match these two hashes, and if they are found to be equal, then you know that the existing data that has already been stored in the database is valid, right? Nobody has gone there to tamper with it. The third one is automated execution. Now, when decisions are made, the smart contract takes the instruction that needs to be done and executes this instruction automatically. No one needs to go there to do anything, right? It takes these instructions and executes these instructions automatically, and thereby minimize human error. This next slide, please. Then the results. The results we got were amazing. We were able to process decision faster, and we could easily track every decision-making process, who made XYZ inputs, and we could easily project this in a real-time dashboard that was visualizing this data. Now, this was a solution that was implemented in a finance-based corporation. Imagine in a corporate organization where they have this solution, what benefits do you think this could bring? Automation. Now, this means you could automate systems and processes, thereby minimizing costs and saving time. Next slide, please. Now, very quickly, I will be talking about the impact and the future from here. Blockchain technology in Industry 4.0 is simply a driver, right? Which means we integrate blockchain into existing systems. And you don't have to think cryptocurrency or Bitcoin, Ethereum. No, there are other features that the blockchain offers, right, that you can integrate into your existing systems. Now you can see that when you store a record on the blockchain, it is immutable. What does it mean to be immutable? It means the information is stored there and cannot be tampered with, right? Now, there is a statement I wrote here, and it is that statement where I said the blockchain provides a bedrock, right? It is a bedrock that provides a new way of storing data, transferring value, and securing trust. It means when something is established, it is what it is. You can't go there and change it, because it means you have to roll back the blocks. And because we have the blockchain set up in a decentralized manner, which means there are different machines or computers running the blockchain programs, then it is a problem to roll back the blocks, right? And the application of blockchain, you can apply it in healthcare, education, even in quality assurance and cybersecurity. For instance, in the educational sector, we were given a project to build a certified-based blockchain program whereby certifications can be verified that whoever this certification belongs to, you can authenticate and verify that, oh, this is the original owner of this certificate. And the blockchain solves that problem very nicely and simply, right? These are applications and where we could take this implementation forward. Imagine e-learning platforms integrating blockchain into their systems, whereby every employer can literally query those APIs to verify that, oh, their applicants truly got this certificate, right? It saves a lot of time, a lot of stress, and makes processes faster. Now, in conclusion, next slide. In conclusion, I want to urge us all to explore how blockchain can be used in your different fields to push and drive the boundaries of what's possible. Now, these are very little of what the blockchain can do that I've shared. Okay, you know what? I'm going to give an example, another personal example. Now, I came into a partnership with someone on the other side of the country. I had the chunk of work that I was supposed to do, and he had his own chunk of what I was supposed to do, right? We discussed the details of the partnership, we agreed on the terms, and then how do we solidify this partnership? Very simple, blockchain. We built a smart contract that carried the terms of our partnership. We deployed that smart contract on the blockchain, and then we built the project. We launched the project. The moment the products began making sales, automatically I don't have to go ask him where is my portion or where is my own cut. The smart contract automatically sends everyone their own cut. I got my own cut. Now this is a project that has been launched since 2022. It's been over 2 years now. I didn't have to talk to no one to receive my own cut. Automatically, I had my own portion coming to me. I didn't have to phone anyone. Even I and the guy we've not spoken, it's been a while. So you can take partnerships into the blockchain. Now, it is noteworthy to mention that while these things are possible, you must always verify, right? Always verify. So these are examples on how you can implement blockchain and drive the industry 4.0 forward. Imagine AI using data that has been persisted in the blockchain. You know that the source of this data is trustworthy, right? You know it is trustworthy, and you can even build systems that takes and use its source of data from the blockchain. Now, I'm gonna finally say that blockchain is here to stay, and Industry 4.0 is also here, and we are tasked with the responsibility of using these drivers to drive what's possible. They are the means for us to get to that end, right? Now, I know there's a lot of cryptocurrency frenzy thing going on everywhere right now, but these are little of what the blockchain technology provides, and it is important that we acknowledge these things and we begin to dig out what is possible and then begin to implement those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we keep our hands clapping for him once again? Moving on quickly, we'll begin our next session this afternoon. Now, this session is titled Why Innovation Fails at the Proof of the Nigerian Market. Now, this conversation is going to be about building on the innovation uptake by private and public institutions. The panel session the panel session will explore why innovation often fails in the Nigerian market. The panelists will discuss the reasons behind these failures and the strategies to overcome these challenges, providing valuable insights. Now, driving this conversation, we have Daniel Adeyemi, technology journalist. Can we give our hands together for Daniel Adeyemi, please? Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Excited to be here. I'm sure this is a conversation that we'll all learn from. While the topic has been termed, why innovation fails at proof in Nigeria, I believe that it's not just about why, but also, learning about like the solutions and the way forward. And I'll be driving conversation with 4 excellent people here who are already here, so I'll just call them out. The first person is Yomi Jemi Benwon. Is he here? He is the founding partner of Cardinal Stone Partners. The next person is Dr. Adebowale Odulano. He's here. Please put your hands together for him as he comes. Oh, okay. Then Mike B. Ndomuku. Sorry, Mike. I practiced, but yeah, you definitely have to give us the pronunciation, right? Then finally we have Gift here. Gift. Is she here? Put your hands together for her. She comes. Oh, he. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. It's nice to be. There's a mic there, right? Yes. Okay, so you share it. All right. I think I'll share the one. Ma. Oh, okay. All right. I'll just sit. Told I have the option between sitting and standing. It's wonderful to be here. Subject of innovation is one that is dear to our hearts because there's so much to innovate on. Every time it rains, you get to know what works and what doesn't work, right? And it's just a test. So when we say something fails or doesn't work, for it to work, it needs to work in all seasons at every time. And I'm really excited to have these conversations with people from different walks of lives and different perspectives. And I'll start with Mr. Yomi, right? It's good to meet you.
Pleasure.
Oh, okay. Hi, Gift. Sorry. Awesome. Welcome. So Gift is the ecosystems from Sterling Bank, in charge of partnerships and ecosystem growth at Sterling Bank. So put your hands here for him. Yeah, thank you. Glad to have you. So to Yomi, who's in the finance space, first question will be, in which sectors is innovation currently thriving in Africa and Nigeria? Like, what factors contribute to its success in these areas? Since you get to capital follows where innovation is happening, so give us a sense.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm actually going to start from the back. In my experience, what are the factors that I think contribute to successful innovation? Typically, you need the technical innovator to basically bring up a new idea and try to ideate it through. then you need commercially savvy partners or a team to work with that innovator. What they do is they bring the commercial sense to the table. And then third, you typically need vested commercial operators that will fund, give feedback, support. The reason why these three are important is because most innovations fail, and they need to be supported, and they need to have a line of sight to commercialization. And there needs to be someone who will gain value from that commercialization, that will support, incubate, and continue to encourage the pivot as you fail. Because that's innovation. You must go through failure. The problem in our market typically is that there's a technical innovator that is not supported by these other two. Or there's a technical innovator with a commercial backer, but the commercial partners that need to support that innovator are not in play. And that's why you have in Silicon Valley, there's a big education system. In the schools, you will have commercial people partnering with the technical people, and you will have companies funding innovation. So what are some of the examples? Clearly in this market, recently there's been a lot of noise about what's going on in the financial services space, but you can understand that, right? Because there are big banks that are competing, and within them, they have to innovate to lower the cost, increase access. But beyond that, there's also been success in other sectors. Agriculture, for example, historically, large FMCGs in the beer space, for example, have innovated their formulas to be able to use millet and locally grown raw materials. And that's actually happening in certain sectors like starches, where we import cornstarch, but you have people like Nestle working with local suppliers trying to innovate their formulas to be able to use cassava starch and things like that. In the healthcare space, recently we've come across, it's interesting, we've come across some failures because there are some people that are innovating tech on their own to solve delivery of medicine. But we've also found some pharmaceutical businesses that they have the bricks and mortar and they are growing their pharmaceutical chain, but they are innovating tech to reduce the friction of innovation. So I think, I mean, in my views, I've kind of started by what I think enables success and some examples. But there are other examples, but I think those three need to come together. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's very insightful, talking about the technical aspect. But it's not just enough. You need to bring it to markets. And I believe commercial partners, that's where folks like Yomi come in with capital. I think I didn't do justice introducing the panelists. So, like I said, Yomi is one of the founding partners of Cardinal Stone. It's a private equity firm that currently controls a 56 million fund, and admits other things because you can't really capture it. And I mean, a fun fact about, I remember when your book, right, Risk and Returns, I remember buying it and I was reading it, and it was a funny incident. I was going from TBS to Maryland, and I entered the BRT bus, and I was reading it, and I was ready, and I lost track, and I missed my bus stop, right? It was that engaging, right? And I was like, interesting, right? One would have thought that I would be slipping off, right? So kudos to that. Yeah, so that's it. The next question goes to Dr. Adebowale Odulano, who is the Chief Innovation Officer at Evercare Hospital. Evercare Hospital is part of the Evercare Group, which is $1 billion health care organization. And Dr. Adebowale also used to lead, or former leading team at Doctora, an e-health organization. So from your perspective, what are the primary reasons innovation fail when introduced to the Nigerian markets? And then, you can give us some examples with healthcare.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And like Yomi said, a lot of the factors that are required to actually push innovation are actually not in place. I wouldn't kind of repeat his words. I'll kind of give a perspective that I hold, and that starts from the fact that a lot of the time, like he said, there's a technical innovator, but most times what we have is an inventor, right? And we do not differentiate invention from innovation. And I'm just going to try to quickly wrap that. So if I create something new, or I make a tweak to something that's already existing, I've invented something new. That's invention. It can die in my room. It can die in my head. I might have even invented it in my head. I've not done the prototype. It's just me. When we start talking about innovation, it's that whole process of convincing somebody else who was using something else, another solution, to switch to what you have created. So I could have created a new pack of tin tomato that gives extra, value, extra color to the soup, or like nowadays, people are thinking about watermelon. I've infused watermelon into it. I'm just an inventor. Now, I need to look for those people who want, like you said, have that commercial interest to push this thing. Maybe they want to sell watermelon, right? And then I have to look for the commercial partners or the people who will give me revenue, which are people in the market who actually want this new taste. Now, what I've seen in this space is that a lot of us stick to invention from our own notion of ideas or problems or exposure to the problems. We don't step out to actually look at the people who are going to pay for this thing and see what exactly is their pain point. Now, that is the most ideal place to start your innovation process from, because you're not just inventing for the sake of inventing. You're inventing to commercialize, you're inventing to convince people to change their current ways of doing stuff. So that is mostly the problem. Now, in terms of examples, I see a lot of people who would come to Evercare, in this my current position, to say, we have this solution, it's going to help you to do A, B, C, D, E. Now, they've thought about this thing from their own point of view. Someone comes to me and they says, I have built an AI tool to decategorize, and it all comes with a lot of buzzwords. But essentially what this guy is telling me is I've created a solution that will allow your patients to easily go to other hospitals. And he wants me to pay for it. So that's already failure, because I don't want my patients to go to other hospitals. This might sound very good as an idea, from an idea point of view, as to, patients should actually have the ability to go to other hospitals. But when we look at the landscape, who is going to pay? Myself as the hospital, the HMOs, and most times who is going to lose? Myself and the HMOs. So that can't work. Even if he has all the funding in the world, that solution is not going to innovate. It's going to get to where the majority are supposed to start to buy into it, and the majority are going to look at it and say, no, this is not going to work. So that malalignment, I think, is the major thing I want to focus on. You really need to understand all the stakeholders, especially the stakeholder that is going to pay you if you want to innovate. The other stakeholder that you need to think about when you're innovating is the stakeholder that is going to collect money from you. Now, if you have been able to find the stakeholder that would pay you and is not going to pay you as much as the stakeholder that is collecting money from you, then also you cannot innovate, right? So malalignment, or rather in better term, a critical success factor in innovation is actually aligning what you are trying to build with the needs of the stakeholders and the context you find yourself. And most times when we see Nigeria as a context, as a group of stakeholders, we most times put the wrong foot, because we're thinking about solutions that would work outside our context, and we don't have a way to bring it in. And it starts coming to the points around pivoting, and that's where you need the support system around. I think I'll just stop it at that point.
Awesome, thank you very much. Still hold the mic. I know you've spoken, thank you so much. That was very rich, talking about different perspectives. And so if you have an idea for him, think about it again. Is he going to take his customer patients away? Well, yeah, it's very important to think from the perspective of it. A follow-up to that, I know you've spoken about, I'm curious about what has worked. What are those solutions that have not taken your customers away from you, or your patients rather?
Great, thank you. So, generally speaking,
If somebody comes into my office and starts his speech with, I figured out a way to make you 20% or something percent more money, or I figured out a way to help you reduce your cost by so percent, I'm already sold. Now I just want to get to the bottom of it to say, how do you make me more money, or how do you reduce the money I'm spending, right? So we've had a couple of solutions. I'll give you one that we've recently launched. It's an AI assistant for the doctors at the hospital. Now, what we've seen is that a lot of the things that the patient wants to ask the doctor, they don't remember it when they're in front of the doctor. It's when they've gone. Then they call you and say, doctor, I remember though, so and so and so. And that burns into the doctor's time because it takes him away from the patient that is in front of him and other things that he wants to do. So we started working with an external innovator who came with AI and said, I'm going to create a set of agents that will help you to cater to your patients outside the hospital. So once they leave, any question they need to ask the doctor, these agents will answer the questions. Any things that the doctor wants to follow up with the patient, the doctor just needs to transfer to the agent and they get it done. So we've been running that with our neurology clinics for the last 2 months, and what we've seen is that the doctor spends less time with the patients, which allows him to see more patients during the clinic, and then the patients themselves are coming more prepared for their consultation, because before they come into the consultation, the AI agent has asked them majority of the questions that will have wasted the time for the consultation. So the patient experience has increased. So we're seeing a lot of retention around that, and that to me is a prototype of a solution, especially when you're going to a bigger partner to commercialize something you have already created. These guys have not charged us anything yet, right? But by the time they come to charge, the conversation is going to be clear. How much money have we saved you? How much more money have we made from you? Can we take a percentage or a commission from those two sides? And we're good. So those are the sort of things that have worked. We've seen a lot of other stuff. I personally have recently launched a nutrition startup focused on helping hospitals get meals to their patients. We operate out of one hospital and service over 10 hospitals in the sort of coverage area. And what we've done for these hospitals is their job is hospital. Their job is not catering. So we come in as a partner to kind of innovate around how catering is done. We've seen what the patients need. There's a platform where the patients can come, see what's available, put that I'm diabetic, and then it sees a restricted list of recipes, and then they make their order and it goes directly to the kitchen. We're saving staffing costs, we're saving operation costs, we're even helping them manage working capital, essentially, kind of taking that burden away from them. So, you know, it was very easy, and it keeps getting a lot easier to go to another hospital and tell them, shut down what you're doing in your kitchen, we will give you a better service. And they easily move. So those are, I think, examples to kind of show how to approach and the sort of things to focus on when you're trying to innovate. You need to be solving people's problems, essentially.
Thank you very much. Either you're saving the company money or helping the company make more money. And when you said agents, is that like a chatbot, or, because when you say agents?
So we've deployed the agents in multiple ways. One of the ways is chatbot.
Oh, okay. Okay. So they send a message.
They send multiple messages. They have chats. We have the IVR agents who will call you to give you reminders, and you just have that automated message.
Oh.
I'm sure a lot of people will receive those calls. You see a funny number, you pick it, and somebody starts speaking that you cannot speak to. So we deploy that to, as one of the ways to remind people.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying that. Over to Gift here. I know one of the major success stories of innovation and tech is the financial sector. And there are many success stories, right? So what lessons can we learn from fintechs and banks? What can we learn?
Thank you so much for that question. So I'll start with the reason why the ones that have failed is because the truth is, what is success? Success is commercial viability and sustainability. If your thing, regardless of how great it is, makes no money, it dies. Simple and straight. So those who were able to make money are the ones that succeeded. So the question then is, what is that gap? The first thing we can learn from the ones that succeeded is that they quickly optimized their value proposition and their business models for the African and Nigerian market after solving the pain points in that market. What do I mean? You might be solving a great pain point, but you don't know how to collect your money. So for something to scale, there's something we call the rules of scale, right? And it's simple. Have a product, have a way to distribute that product, and have a way to collect your money. If any of these processes are dead, the business is dead, the innovation is dead. So these guys were able to do that. They were able to find a product, they were able to distribute that product and collect revenue. Another thing they did successfully is that they built fast and failed fast. What that means is some of us, we tinker with the innovation for a long time. And then the market will move in 3 months and we're back to the drawing board again, and in another year we're back again, and we never really launch. So when that happens, you find that you don't launch fast enough, so you are not able to take lessons to help you reiterate that innovation. So you are stuck with an MVP that never ever went to market. Okay, so the second thing they did was they launched quickly and they failed quickly enough to learn from their failures. Another thing they did, and here I'll give an example, is that they understood that part of the African reality is, I say this with all humility, the economic conditions do not leave a lot of purchasing power to a lot of the people who will consume your product. So you need to normalize low average revenue per user. I know I'm getting a bit technical now. So how much is a person going to be able to pay you for this solution? You have to normalize that. You may not make a lot of money per person. I'll give an example here. When the insurance game started in Nigeria, HMOs now, health insurance, you find that they were pricing at a very high cost. People could not buy for themselves and their families, so they started approaching corporate organizations, so banks, other corporates, to say, come and buy plans for your staff. And at that level, they were able to get some market. But then there was a market that was left out, which was retail health insurance, and it was a big problem. So a lot of people, some people innovated and got products in that space, but because insurance is a pool product, it was too expensive, so retail was still dead. A startup I worked with at the time, what they did was simple. They leveraged partnerships and innovation and were able to give health insurance to retail people. So for example, I was able to buy a health insurance plan for 1,000 naira a month. So that means that they allowed me pay monthly 1,000 naira every month for 12 months, and I have health insurance for myself. For my family, it was somewhere around 3,500, and I was insured for my family. What did they do? I'm sure they were not making a lot of money on just my head. Maybe their profit was like 150 or 200 naira. But if this, I know that startup today is very successful. So let's assume that they have 100,000 users. If you multiply 200 naira by 100,000, you see what you then make. The philosophy is, you may not make, don't focus on making 1 million per customer in revenue, in profit. Try to make 10 naira across 100 million customers. In that way, your innovation may succeed. I would also say, try to be compliant. Your innovation, the way that you execute, try to ensure that you are compliant in a country and in a setting like Nigeria and Africa. Because I promise you that if you are not compliant, it's not a very considerate terrain. The regulation will knock you out of the park, and the competition will move in and take your market. The last bit I'd say, in that, these are very true facts, is that leverage partnerships. So I'll give one story here that will summarize all of what I was going to say. So there was a startup that came to me. They had raised some seed money, and what they did was they did inventory financing by discounting invoices. What does that mean? So they have big companies like Reke Benkisa, like Dangote and all like, and their suppliers will come to the platform to say, Dangote has given me an invoice to supply something worth 10 million. Okay, so can you, this is the invoice, it's valid, it's a proper purchase order. Can you advance me like the 10 million or 8 million of that money? And when Dangote comes, he will pay you the entire 10 million and you make a 2 million naira revenue on that. And it was a great business model, but here's the problem. They had raised barely $300,000 in revenue, in funding, and that would only let them scale to a particular level. So that means that if the product is successful and they have 1,000 demands on the platform, it will die. So what I then said was, partner with a bank. A bank has money. By design, a bank is money. So partner with a bank to say, instead of taking from your balance sheet to fund these competitions directly, partner with a bank to say, I have customers for you, come and do what you do and give them loans. And on the back of that, because I'm providing the platform and the customer, I take a commission from that. That business today pivoted its model around that, and was able to see significant scale in their business. So essentially, these are the things I have noticed around why the ones that have succeeded, and these are things that I think the ones that are failing or struggling can implement to help their position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. If you see how we save the business, so talk to him. If you are into fintech, it might be. And on the subject of compliance, I think it's getting clearer every day with the different issues, especially in the fintech space. Everybody's a bit more cautious now. So the final, I think, my time is almost up, question, which is to have 3 questions for you. This is the mic, but then your surname. You need to pronounce it.
No. You'll have to say my last name.
Eh?
You'll have to say my last name. I'm joking. Go ahead. It's okay.
Ndomuru Kundu.
Yeah, you got it.
It's the MD of Andela Rwanda, right? You sure I got there? Just be nice to me. Andela is a global job placement platform. At least that's how I know it as, because Andela is an evolving company, not the Andela we knew before, but that's a good thing. And I think 2 questions. The first is, one is if you have anything to add to the points people have raised around like why they feel. And the second one is tied to this. There's this saying in Nigeria where they say like insurance, the major competitor is actually the blood of Jesus, or God forbid, right? So people will not take an insurance because it's like you're preparing for evil to happen. So you rather plead the blood of Jesus or whatever you believe in. And that goes to say that we have cultural influences that affect how we can innovate, right? I'm curious if there are some that you've seen, or just talk about it. But first, if you have anything to add, then this.
Thanks for that, Daniel. I think everyone has really illustrated it well. So what Yomi talked about in terms of the different factors, really what I would add on is, just like you said, the kind of people, the team that you have, the operators. There's always keywords that people will throw around, product market fit, blah, 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 all this stuff. But really, it's what kind of team do you have together? Do you have all the different pieces in place? Meaning, do you have have you built the partnerships? Are you solving a problem that really makes sense? Because especially in the tech space, one of the challenges we have is that, someone will have an idea in their mind and they'll spend months developing that idea. They'll frantic nights, coding all night. It's that creative juice flowing for the innovator, like you said, like Debo said. But you only realize you're solving your own problem. You cannot sell the problem. So can you be able to sell the problem? And then what I would add on is, maybe on top of what everyone said and even what Gift said, is the lack of execution. Are people really thinking about execution, and are they committed to that? Because someone can have an amazing idea, or a group can have an amazing idea, but how they execute with it and how they stick with it through the tough times really will make a difference. So if that execution is not there, you're not going to be able to succeed. And then something else that sometimes we take for granted is how fast we scale. Scaling too fast can lead to your death. Because there's a reason why, even the human body, you need to get to a certain age before you can be able to lift A, B, C, D, right? You need to fully develop. You need to fully form to get to a certain level of strength, to a certain level of support. So I've seen a lot of companies fail because they try to scale too fast. Someone hasn't really captured the whole market, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's anywhere else, but they're already trying to get into 3 other markets. and you're having challenges in those markets, and that's when you'll deal with the regulatory issues. That's when you'll deal with all these partnerships. Meanwhile, you haven't even captured the whole addressable market in your region. So it's not even Nigeria, maybe it's Lagos. Have you solved the problem in your area? So I think without having to repeat all the other points that have been said, those are the main ones that come to mind. And it really, really boils down to execution. It really boils down to you understanding the numbers and what you're dealing with. And then in terms of, I love the African culture because anywhere you go, there'll be these types of things, right? I would really say it's good and bad. It's good if you acknowledge that and again try to solve that problem for the people you're working with. So if you think of your stakeholders, in our case at Andela, our stakeholders are the talents, but it's also the clients we work with. So in that case, for the talents, it's making sure, okay, are we reducing the amount of friction as much as possible? And that looks like, transparency for people, making sure they know how much they're making sure that they can be able to see clearly the jobs that are available, allowing them to access some of the opportunities that they normally wouldn't as contractors. Gift just gave a brilliant example about partnerships. We've done the same for our community in terms of health benefits. A lot of reasons why people want to work as full-time employees is because there are benefits they will not get, but can you provide those as a contractor? When we talk to an insurance company and tell them, hey, we have a network of 150,000 vetted people and a community of 5 million globally, it's in your best interest to come and work with us. We've been able to create that in Kenya, in Nigeria, and other places. So there's that, but on the side of the company, now it's different. The company wants to know, what are the levels of the talent? How do they score on assessments? So always thinking, okay, what do my stakeholders want to see? And how do I make that very simple? So that it comes back to what Debo said about, preempting the questions that people ask. If someone is coming and they want to know, okay, out of the 5 engineers, I want to know the budget and all this, and all the people you've vetted, you've already indicated how much they make, how much they expect, and all these things, already you're reducing that conversation, the past jobs. So again, you can't really narrow it down. So to the audience, I would say if you have questions, feel free to come to us even after and ask. But build on especially in Nigeria, the resilience of Nigeria, of Nigerians, is legendary. Yeah, very true, seriously. So build on that, the resilience, build on that, and then the partnerships that are available. Build partnerships and be able to make deep roots. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. This brings us to the end of this session. Very insightful. Just go, take a picture. I guess we'll take a picture. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Could we please give them a round of applause once again? Our photographers could come do justice for these gentlemen. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, please scan the QR codes on the screen. If you haven't submitted your slam poetry submissions, please go ahead. Before the end of today's session, we will be reading some of the most creative poetry that we have received. We're going to be diving into our next conversation immediately. And to deliver this keynote address, I have leading innovation to market, essential skills for success. This keynote session will delve into the critical skills and competencies required to drive successful innovation from concept to market, how to foster a culture of innovation within organizations, navigating the challenges of market entry and scaling innovative solutions. InterSwitch Successful Story will provide actionable insights on how to drive impactful innovation and maintain a competitive edge in today's rapidly evolving marketplace. To deliver this address, please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Sherry Erumosele Honoris Causa, Executive Vice President and Group Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at the InterSwitch Group. A round of applause as she makes her way on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Okay. In the next few minutes, I will be telling the InterSwitch innovation story. When I was asked to come do this, the question that came to mind was, who will ask you to come in and talk about a unicorn that has been around for over 20 years in just 15 minutes? Can you beat that? Well, I said, I guess it's only the Nigerian EU Innovation Day. So in a very...
A few decades ago, we flipped the switch, flooded the dark continent with light, created an industry, opened the doors that ushered in the future. Africa is emerging. Visionaries are evolving. But it wasn't always this way. Before the beginning, cash ruled the streets and crime was its aid. Africa was groping, coping with the darkness, until we founded the switch and turned on the future. 20 years after, the dark continent is now bursting with innovation, and we're just getting started. Until Africa is borderless, limitless, we are never stopping. Welcome to the Odyssey, the first experience. The future begins today.
There is a rhetoric question from the Holy Book, which says, can anything good come out of Nazareth? And my answer is yes. And that is the story of InterSwitch. The story of InterSwitch is the story of Nigerians, is the story of Africa. The story of InterSwitch is about problem identification and solving. It's about foresight and insight. The story of InterSwitch is about making calculated bet. It's about resilience, agility, and nimbleness. And lastly, it's about having the right culture, the right structure, and the right people. Can anyone relate to the picture there? This is what the banking hall used to look like over 20 years ago, right? And those were the days where people have to go to the bank to queue for hours. You have to collect a tally number. You probably go home, come back to see if it's your turn, just because you wanted to have access to your own money. That was the pain point then. Before, the founder, who was very visionary, had to collaborate with some other stakeholders to look into this problem. Before InterSwitch came in to the scene, there were already stakeholders who had looked at the problem and they thought cash was the enemy. And so they came up with an offline POS as a solution to the problem then. But when InterSwitch came in, what we did was to try and unpack the problem again, to understand what exactly is the insight driving this behavior, what exactly is the pain point. And what we unraveled was that cash wasn't the enemy. This issue was that at that time, there was no technology to allow the banks to connect to each other. There was no technology to help with speed of transaction. And for the customer, there was no technology that allows them to have easy access to cash. So that was the problem that InterSwitch came to solve. However, after solving that problem, did we really succeed? The answer is we succeeded to a certain extent because the market kept evolving. At the time we came in 2002, there was already the magnetic stripe card in the market. We came in, built a technology platform that will allow interconnectivity between banks. We built the ATM technology that would give customers easy access to their cash. But you know what? The market was fast evolving. We started having online POS, web POS, mobile POS. But the interesting thing to note here is that for innovation to succeed, you need to have clarity about the problem. You need to understand whose problem is it, and you need to understand who will pay for the problem. And that is what Interseed did in developing the technology platform and the ATM technology. 2, what we did at Interseed was that after we have developed the platform, we needed to engineer transaction growth. We found out that what we've done was to build a highway that no vehicles were going, there was no traffic on the highway. And so we went back to the drawing board to try and understand how do we boost transaction on this platform that we have built. And that led to 2 things. One was that we decided to look inward and build products and services that will run on those platforms. We will also deliberate about building our brands, because the brands actually help you create differentiation in the marketplace. And then we had what we called the leave and let's leave strategy. We came to the understanding that for us to succeed in the marketplace, we needed to partner with other stakeholders. And so we had various partnerships with different fintech partners. And then in early 2009, in what I will call a purely national interest, the CBN came up with a policy that stated that the magnetic stripe card should be eradicated, and that was because of the risk that was involved using the magnetic stripe card. This singular policy would have crumbled the business. But did we give up? No. We went back to the drawing board and started analyzing again, trying to understand the requirement, trying to understand the pain point and how to deliver a solution to that. And that was what gave birth to our first and only, well, our first domestic card, local domestic card, and we were competing head-on with the likes of MasterCard and Visa. And today, we have issued over 65 million VEV cards in Nigeria, and we are the #1 domestic card across Africa. But we didn't stop there. For every business, for you to be on the path of growth, for you to impact your profitability, you need to keep evolving. So for us, we have been evolving over the years. We started as a switching and processing business. Following that, we evolved into integrated payments. Like I earlier said, we built our own product to run on our highway. And then we have expanded our capabilities and into geographies. And currently, we are into the era of digital payments and commerce. And we haven't stopped. In the next couple of slides, you will see what we're doing around the health sector. We're currently also looking at the telco as well. So we're never stop innovating. Lastly, the point I would like to make is around culture. Sometimes culture is something that we tend to overlook, but culture is a key ingredient for innovation. I would like us to take a listen to this short clip.
Guys, guys, I've invented this camera that doesn't need any film. Steve, what the f***? Why did you do that? What? Oh, because we sell most of the world's film. Yeah. Oh my God, I didn't even think of that. Just hide it. We'll put a patent on it, but just don't tell anyone about it. Hey guys, I've got a new version of that filmless camera. You want to see it? Steve! Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I just want to say, we are killing it. That disposable camera idea was really good. We are the 4th most valuable company in the world. Geez, those digital cameras are getting pretty popular. You know, shut up, Steve. Tried to tell you. We should probably file for bankruptcy, hey? That was a good run.
So there's a quote that I really, really love, which is what I'll call cultural trap. And that's what you just saw with the Kodak example. And a former employee of Kodak once said that the way our culture is likened to seeing a snake. The first thing you do is to organize a committee. Oh, we've seen a snake. We need a committee to look into the snake. And the next thing we're saying, oh, let's get consultants all over the world to look at how we're going to kill the snake. Whilst you're doing that, the market is moving on. So we need to avoid what I'll call culture trap. Because if you don't, culture will eat your strategy and eat your innovation for dinner. Looking ahead, like I said, every 5 years, we keep evolving into new terrains. What started as a payment company today has evolved into a technology company. We have evolved into a technology company that is looking at solving and providing solutions in different business sectors. What you see right here is one of our move into the health sector. 2 weeks ago, we signed a partnership with Lagos State Government to help transform the health sector in Lagos. And this is just the start. I did mention that we're also looking at the telco space. So we're never stopping in what we're doing. So key takeaway, if you haven't taken anything out of the few minutes that I had to talk about InterSwitch innovation, please note that for you to be a market leader, for you to continue to grow and remain relevant, please mark my word, relevant in the marketplace, you need to take the lead, always. Your success as an innovator rests on it. You must have people within your organization or entity who are hungry for problem solving. Your business model is your secret sauce. For us at InterSwitch, it was the leave and let's leave strategy. But that may not necessarily work for everyone. And that's also because of the nature of the business that we're in. Foresight and insight. You need to be able to see what others are not seeing and provide solutions. Resilience and agility. Monitor and understand the trends. Like you saw in one of my slides, at the time we developed the ATM technology and we thought we have landed the solution, the market has moved. Today, transactions are done on mobile phone. We don't know what the future holds. So we need to keep probing. Culture, like I said, we eat our strategy. We eat up strategy and innovation for dinner and lunch if we don't pay attention to it. We need to understand that the market is not static. The market is very dynamic. And the customers are also getting very sophisticated. So they're not going to wait for you. If you think, oh, I've arrived, I've developed an ATM technology, so I've arrived, I'm okay. Few years down the line, the ATM is no longer as relevant as it used to be. So meaning that we would have been out of business. But the fact that We are never resting. We keep seeking to understand, keep speaking to our consumers and partners in terms of how we can make the lives of Nigerians and Africa better is what has kept us going as a business.
Our story blooms over 2 decades ago in a humble university dorm room where the weight of the dark put a strain on our hands, a stain on the sheet where we mapped out our plans. But innovation lit our eyes with a fire to blaze the trail, to change Africa, one solution, one transaction at a time. Our ears listened to the chimes, the buzzing tune of bright ideas. We stretched out our hands, and remember what we did? We flipped the switch. We flipped the switch, it was no ordinary motion. It was to herald a new notion. It is a champion's charge, your invitation to stand on our shoulders. It is your time for innovation. So go ahead, flip that switch, build that business, scale that hitch. Africa's future is waiting on us, and what looks like the sky is only the dew. We are on the brink of something new, because at InterSwitch, we never stop. So you don't stop.
In InterSwitch, we never stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Who else had goosebumps watching that piece of spoken word? I know I did. And so that's a call for our slam poetry entries. Be creative, dare to dream, and who knows, perhaps maybe your piece will be the winning piece this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker coming up. Our next speaker will be giving us an inspirational talk of a Nigerian unicorn. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have a conversation and a gathering such as this and not also delve into some of the most amazing unicorns that have sprung from the Nigerian business space. So all the way from Jumia, a Nigerian unicorn inspirational talk, and that talk will be delivered by Sunil Natraj, CEO, Jumia, Nigeria. Please give a warm round of applause for Sunil Natraj as he comes to deliver this unique piece. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Just sorting out the presentation. Okay, so till we sort out our technical issues, I would like to say, first of all, good afternoon. Thank you for having us here and giving us the platform to speak to you. So Jumia is the trademark unicorn for Africa in general and definitely for Nigeria. We've been here for quite a long time. Today, as we speak, we are celebrating 12 years in Nigeria specifically and in the continent as a whole. It's been thank you. It's been quite a journey, and we are proud to have achieved whatever we have achieved, and made a little change in people's lives here in a continent that I have come to love and enjoy so much. A little story from my side. I also came to Nigeria around the same time that Jumia was incorporated. I joined Jumia much later, but my journey within Africa has taken me across most of West Africa, over 9 countries here, and it's been an unbelievable journey, and I'm really happy and proud to have contributed a little way to this beautiful part of the world. So thank you to everyone to have given me that opportunity. So coming specifically to Jumia, as a quick introduction, we have 3 major business lines. We have our marketplace, wherein we are able to provide you all the goods and services that you get to buy on our wonderful platform. Aside of that, very importantly, we have our logistics platform, which enables us to get you the products that you place that you place on our website. And lastly, and most importantly, we allow you to pay in a seamless fashion in multiple ways through our Jumia Play platform. As it stands today, we have a presence in over 868 million households across the countries where we are. We have over 220 million. Most of our revenues is from a pure marketplace model, and our effort has been to make sure that we are able to coexist with the ecosystem that we have here. And over that, we have a merchant network which spans over 64,000 across the countries in which we operate in. Right? If you could just move on. So coming back to the journey, I just spoke that we are celebrating our 12th year here. So we incorporated right here in Nigeria 12 years ago, and we have been through many stages of our lives. We've expanded to multiple countries. We started, the very first Black Friday event was started right here in Nigeria in 2014. The celebration that we had of getting to 1 million consumers was a very big deal for us. Today we are many, many more million, but that first milestone was celebrated in 2015. We widened our platform. We launched multiple initiatives, such as the launch of Jumia One. We launched Jumia Prime in between, and most importantly, we have been going through the process of discovery and widening the services that we have. Today we have our tech platform, which is based in our tech support center, which is based in Porto, which was launched in 2021, and we have now pivoted to a strategy in which we are able to reach all the consumers across the countries in which we operate, and there is a strong focus in going into the hinterlands. No longer are we people who are basically based in the capital cities, in Lagos or in whichever cities, but available across the length and breadth of the country. And that's a conscious effort that we are doing to widen our services to people who don't have offerings. They don't have the choices, they don't have the supermarkets, but they get the same offerings across the length and breadth of the country, and that's yielding great results for us as we expand up country. Go to the next slide. Right. What we have realized through this journey is there are key success pillars that we have, and the things that we are really good at, the things that we believe that we really are good at, is the first thing is an understanding of the African market. Most of the people, most of the staff that we have on Jumia are well experienced and understand the nuances of how Africans shop and how Africans experience. Our staff is mainly African, me being the exception, but I've been here for a while as well. We understand and we try and identify who we are giving value towards. So we identify the value propositions that we have and make sure that it is tailored towards the consumers whom we are targeting. We try and innovate to make sure that the services are improved and given to in the best possible manner. Innovations need not always be breakthrough. Innovations can be incremental. And as long as you're always having an increment over your competition, you will always thrive in the market in which you are in. And that's been a very important pathway to whatever we have achieved here in Africa. Another thing we believe is that we have understood through learning is that we cannot do anything alone. We need partnerships. And we have ensured that we have forged strong partnerships across the ecosystem that we have here. If it wasn't for our partners, I wouldn't be on this stage today. You wouldn't be transacting on Jumia through your phones and your mobile, through your laptops. It is possible because we have strong partners who provide us the goods that enable us to sell it to the consumers across the globe. Right? What do we see as problems that we currently face in Nigeria today as we hope to expand across the country? The first and foremost is obviously infrastructure, which getting the goods to various people across the country is a problem. Roads are an issue. It takes time. Given the climate and the rains, it creates further delays, and that's an issue. We have issues with payments. Not everyone has access to all kinds of payments, so cash is still a very important form of transaction. But we are innovating on this platform and enabling and using whatever the government is doing to make sure that it's easy for the consumers. Trust is something we are trying to build. So as we help build the payments on delivery, we are now enabling it through bank transfer. So we are trying to limit the risks that the consumer has as well as we have, and trying to innovate on this space to grow the business and also make it convenient for consumers. And of course, when we say marketing is a challenge, we mean marketing is a challenge is because we aspire to reach every consumer in Nigeria. Not everybody has access to the same media that we see in Lagos. Lagos is not Nigeria. Nigeria is far more diverse, far more complex than it is. And therefore, someone's in a hurry. But anyways, reaching every consumer in Nigeria has been a challenge. And we are trying to innovate to make sure we are able to widen our user base across the country. Now we can shift. Anyways, right? So, what do we hope to do? Brevity is an understated virtue, so I'll try to be to aspire to have brevity. So, what we hope to do is try to be smart, try to use technology, and thereby use tools that are readily available to grow and reach consumers and grow businesses across this country and the continent. So, AI is the buzzword, but we use it meaningfully and we use it strategically. We are using it to showcase the right products to the right consumers. We are integrating it with all the information and the tools and the breadth of information that we have for shoppers across the 12 years that we've been here to make sure that this tailoring is being done effectively. As I said before, we are nobody without our partners. So we are widening the list of people we are engaging with. We are bringing in new brands. As you would have read in the press a little time ago, we are now a distributor for Starlink. We are bringing in new brands across the space, across needs for consumers, fashion brands, technology brands, so that there is a constant new news that is there. And this is something which has helped us a great way. And lastly, thanks for that. So what we would like to say is there is a great scope for innovation. This is the land of opportunity. We truly believe in the story of Nigeria. We truly believe that there is an amazing potential to be had. This is a beautiful country with beautiful people and with the right demographic. If we are able to have the grit and the willpower and be nimble enough, there is an unbelievable opportunity that we have. And therefore, we take this opportunity to wish all of you aspirants all the very best and good luck to you in the futures. Hail Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we've come to the halfway point of today's session. We're going to be taking a short break, 30 minutes to be exact, and when we return, we're going to be kicking off with some more sessions, ladies and gentlemen. We have our lunch break coming up. So please make your way to the dining area. For those of you who are aware of the dining area, our ushers are available to lead you to the dining area. If we can have our VIPs through this way, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. In the next 30 minutes, we'll be returning back to kick off where we've left off. Thank you very much. Session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to announce the next session, which is Nigeria's Excellence in the Creative Industry. And now this session is going to focus on how Nigeria's success stories in innovation and art, music and fashion industries can inspire other sectors. Now to drive this conversation, please make a warm welcome to Laduni Lambo, Cultural Coordinator, Alliance Francaise. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Food is in our bellies. We definitely have the energy to put it to work. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. As the MC mentioned, my name is Laduni Lambo, and I am the Cultural Coordinator at Alliance Francaise. And right now, we will be having the conversation of Nigerian excellence in the creative industry. And as we know, the creative industry in Nigeria is growing rapidly with fashion, with art, with music. And personally, I think we are the best in Africa. I could be wrong, but I doubt I am. So who I'm going to actually bring on stage right now is Mr. Obi Asika, who is the Director General for the National Council of Arts and Culture. Please let's welcome Mr. Obi Asika. Yes. And also I will bring on Ms. Chinyere Obieze, who is Head of Library and Information at Goethe Institute. Yes. Next up, we have Mr. Chuma Anagbado, who is a digital artist. Sorry. A warm welcome, please, for Mr. Chuma. And finally, we have Mr. Ife Adebayo, who is a National Coordinator for Investment in Digital and Creative Enterprises Program, also known as IDICE. So let's welcome our distinguished panelists on stage. Yes. So because of time, I'm just going to go directly into our questions. And the first one is, how has digital innovation and technology impacted your individual sectors in the creative industry? I'll just take that question one more time. How has digital innovation and technology impacted your sector of the creative industry? I think we can start with Chuma, if that's okay.
Good afternoon. I think quickly that would be the democratization of art, trying to see how more value can be unlocked in the visual art sector. So I'd say technology has really come in handy in terms of art ownership and authenticity. So that would be a quick one. Something I've also used in my work a lot in terms of building communities around visual art appreciation and the use of visual art in terms of pushing culture and all of that. So technology has really unlocked that value. Yeah.
For me, I will speak first in my work in the library, and with technology, library, this in academia, I would say museums, libraries, and archives, they hold the seats of culture for nations. And with the educational sector, and they are supports for the educational sectors of nations. So with the library, the understanding that, yes, we have the information as museums, as archives and libraries, but we have to have a way to transmute that information to make it accessible for people. And for library practices in Nigeria, there's the conversation on how to transmute that information. What are the means of access to distill the information to the public and make it accessible with the rise of content, the film industry as well. I'll credit, I'll say Bolande Austin Peters' movie on Funmilayo Ramson Kuti as well was a very good gateway to learn about women in history that have, walked along with fellow men as well to fight for, in the interest of groups in the country. So the distillation of that information is something that I would say it's really in the library as well. And then we're looking at what digital resources from extended reality to social media that can be used to spread that knowledge. And then I'll jump up from Chuma's points in talks of, arts with NFTs. There was the NFT boom that came and went. And then we're now in the more settled stage of the conversation with NFTs, and we're now trying to negotiate with digital art to see how can we negotiate with scarcity to still retain value in art and still be able to sell art and have the artists have value for their art while in the digital sector. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having us. I think for me, I look at it from a number of ways. If I look at it from the perspective of the music industry first, I think what social media and digital platforms did for us in the music industry was that 20 years ago, if I'm trying to break an artist in America or in Europe or anywhere out, global, I need an incredible budget to get onto radio and to get onto playlisting. So the barriers to entry were enormous. I mean, to activate one record on the East Coast in America might cost you $1 million. And nobody here had that kind of budget. So what has happened is that even the broadcasters were totally separated. They were working on the continent, not necessarily meaning outside the continent they're doing the same thing. But social media, specifically Facebook first, then Instagram, and then TikTok, which is really, for the music industry, we really consider TikTok a music platform, have been incredible in terms of disrupting access and giving us access. So now with the heat maps and the back analytics on these platforms, we can see where people are listening to our music from. So if I'm managing an artist, I can plot a tour for my artist based on the fact that his biggest listeners are in specific cities. So this is free analytics that has helped ecosystems like ours to disrupt and go global. So now you have a significant, there are 10 African artists that have done 1 billion views on their own YouTube channels. I believe 8 are Nigerian, right? And this is, it's not just because of our population, it's because of the quality of stuff that we're putting out and the connection in the music. Of course, Nollywood, which also globalized before social media, right? But then Nollywood has really been driven massively by YouTube. Before Nollywood was driven by YouTube, Africa Magic did a huge job to make it a platform across the continent. And then YouTube has taken it everywhere into everybody's home. So these platforms have been incredibly important to globalize our content. And today, you're looking at the skit creators, you're looking at the content creators, the guys who do skits, Emanuela, the people on Instagram, the people on YouTube, the chefs. And you look at these people on YouTube, you look at them on TikTok, you see the numbers they're generating. What we will say is that the culture is globalizing, and many aspects of it are globalizing at the same time. I like to think the music is the driver, and everything else flows naturally, because that's just what it is. Music doesn't need any borders, it cuts across. So I have to speak for my constituency.
Not to be biased, the music. Yeah.
No, I'm not biased at all.
All right, could we also hear from you?
Okay, so I think a lot of the points have been made already. The democratization of access, and also the opportunity for someone to sit wherever they are and be able to communicate and pass information across. But that will come from the public sector angle, which is what role does the public sector, do the policymakers, the regulators, the legislators, what role do they have to play in ensuring that these opportunities become accessible to everybody? So you have cinemas, for example, in most of the major cities in Nigeria. But then you can be in my mother's village in Ayeteju in Kogi State. If you have the right amount of internet access, it means you can get on Netflix and you can have access, or you can get on Roku TV and you can get access, you can get on YouTube. So how do we, as policymakers, ensure that the opportunities that are being provided are also able to reach a lot more people? We've had big tech players come into Nigeria and try to do a lot of programs that provides this access. But I think that the real investment has to be from government. Government itself has to look at what the key issues are. The Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy has been very big on access, for example. He's doing a lot of work on laying fiber optics across the country. Those kind of opportunities, government needs to look more into them. And then if you look at the program that I lead, for example, the Investment in Digital and Creative Enterprises program, one of the key aspects of that program is looking at policy and advocacy. What are the core issues that we need to do on the policy angle? But beyond that, also looking at access to finance. How do we provide the right kind of funding that allows those who are currently within this space to be able to do more, to be able to reach more people? Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of those answers. And the next question is, what do you think needs to be done in place of innovation and development in your individual sectors? And how do you think this can be achieved? So any improvements you feel can actually help improve your sectors in that technology area. Chinyere, do you want to start, please?
I think, so what can be done to improve? So for libraries, I'll first start with the libraries. We're currently trying to pull together where are the libraries in the country, in Lagos to be particular, and see what are the points for conversation. If each library understands you're a library of what, so because a library has its specialization. And there's another program at the Goethe Institute called the Post Memory Post Archive, where we're speaking with the Nigerian Films Commission to look at the archives of film and film footage in the country, going back to pre-independence, post-independence, Nollywood, and also this. I mean, they've opened their doors to say, okay, we can provide you access to this footage for you to use to produce your films as well. So it's going back to those archives, to the archives, and having that be, can libraries be a touch point for the public to then access the archives? And then what would be the easiest way for the public to now interact with the libraries? If we're doing this work to connect the archives with the libraries, to then be able to distill the information, who are the people that are going to receive that information? I'm very now looking a lot into public education as well, and what are the easiest avenues for that? Then for art, I keep coming back to art because I also curate digital art as well, and new media arts. There's been talk, like I mentioned earlier, with the settlement, the leveling of the conversation around NFTs and the blockchain for art. It requires people to come on board and see the value of this technology as a means for legitimizing the validity of the art that you are purchasing. It requires us to look into our own African eye. It's a very technology is shaped by culture. There's the whole conversation, who determines what technology is. I believe the people have to determine what technology they would make. And if you don't understand where you are coming from, how would you know what you need for the future? So there is this technology, the blockchain, that can help you say and speak, almost like votes for what you say is important in your culture, that the blockchain offers. So the same thing with public education, to understand this technology and see how you could key into this from this very educated point of view. And yeah.
It sounds more like innovation on like archives, more like it, yeah. That makes a lot of sense actually. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Obi?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, so now I can put on my public sector cap. So, as Vifer was saying. So obviously, I mean, I just entered the government, and we now have a ministry fully dedicated to arts, culture, and the creative economy. My council is called the National Council for Arts and Culture, and all of the sectors are actually in my council. We have specialized agencies like the Film Commission, the National Theatre, the National Gallery of Art, the National Institute for Cultural Orientation, and a number of others, the Film and Video Censors Board. But the Council for Arts and Culture has overview over everything. And there's a lot. I mean, depending how you look at it, it could be up to 49 sectors. And what has happened, because obviously I come from the industry, so I know for a fact that going back over the last 25, 30 years that I've been in the industry, the sector has generally been defunded, and really there has not been much engagement. So you've had a disconnect between government and players in the various sectors, and these sectors have evolved mostly without government intervention. In some respects, it's a good thing because you don't necessarily want to be regulating creativity, which is not, I think, the objective. You have to have smart regulation. But I think there's enormous opportunity for government to help to stimulate economic growth and expansion, and to help to grow jobs, or basically to create more people who are able to work. They're not necessarily jobs because we don't control the jobs, but we can train and skill up a lot of people. So we've completed a very focused roadmap for the entire sector based on the overall roadmap of the minister, which is actually also very detailed. And it's quite ambitious, but just to give you top line, an insight into 3 specific projects. One of the projects, the first and perhaps most important to me at this point in time, is we're seeking to aggregate, to bring together to one digital platform. Somebody was talking about blockchain earlier, which will be a blockchain platform because we're talking history, culture, legacy, all the cultural expressions of Nigeria, going back from pre-millennia, from pre-colonial Africa till today into the future. So not looking at culture as static, culture is evolving, so ancient culture is important and so is pop culture. We're going to bring it all together. It's called The Origins, and that project is, we're working with private sector and multilaterals, and we're working with universities. We will be coming to the general public to ask for people to engage. Institutions like Goethe Institute, British Council, Alliance Française, yes, all of you. We're coming to all of you because we have things to learn, but more importantly, we have assets sitting in all your countries, right? And we need to bring these assets into this conversation, bring our people into that conversation. So Origins is about that, and hopefully we'll engage everybody and bring everybody into it. Secondly, we have something called ICE, which is a capacity building platform, structured with CLAP, which is the ministerial play. We have a target to try and upskill 2 million people by 2027, which is ambitious, but we've built a network which will give us about 15,000 locations, physical locations in Nigeria. It's a blended play, which will have physical locations and offline digital. But we have a situation where we want to see people upskilled and also create a gig platform for them to be discoverable. Because we train a lot of people in Nigeria, finding those people is not so easy. And we know that in this sector, having worked in it for years, fixed term employment is really what drives the sector. A lot of the people are not necessarily working 9 to 5, but they may work 7 different jobs in 1 year. And they work and they do well. And that's the second thing. The third thing for us is this focus sector roadmap. So we're working right now. In a couple of weeks, I'm calling the leaders of the Nigerian music industry to a meeting in Abuja. We've developed, for the first time, which is coming from the government of Nigeria, we have a focused roadmap for the Nigerian music industry. Everybody thinks the music industry is done very, very well, but the music industry can do much, much better. And those of us who are in it can tell you, we have a lot more to do domestically in Nigeria. We have a lot more to do about talent discovery and management in Nigeria. We have a lot more to do about experience, so that people can experience the talent that is being developed in comfortable locations and venues and feel safe. So these are just some headline issues, but at the end of the day, the most important thing for me is that we are engaged with the sector leaders, and we're talking. We're not going to be proclaiming anything at anybody, because I don't feel that works. What we're going to do is work with the sector leaders, see what their issues are. We ourselves are looking for resources, so we know that resources is a challenge for everybody, but the key thing for us is that there is a voice in government for this sector, and we're in the presidential economic team, we're at FEC, we're at every level, so that there's a voice. The Nigerian music industry has a seat at the table, the fashion industry, the culinary industry, the gaming guys, the architecture, software development. All of these people have actually pretty much been ignored over the years, and the key for me is to bring them into the mix, help them have trust that there will be some sensible, strategic, sustainable support coming from government. I can't solve all the problems, not one person can, no one agency can, but there's a whole of government approach to this, which I think, and I'm prayerful, with my man next to me here, that we are going to be able to have some significant impact on the various sectors, because we have an ambitious target to hit $100 billion by 2030, and people sort of, they see the numbers. But if you're at $25 billion today with nothing done in terms of support, when you really enable, and a lot of work has been done by people like IDICE over the last 4 years to get to this point where they can really kick off, then we can see exponential growth. I hope I didn't say too much.
No, I don't think you did, actually. Yes, thank you, Ife. So thank you, Mr. Obi. Ife, you're next.
So I'll just piggyback on what Mr. Obi Asika has just said, and say that on the government side also, government must learn to not do one thing. The government must learn to not compete. So that as government, because you had asked that what can be done to improve the space, what can be done in place of innovation. As government must learn to be an enabler as opposed to be a competitor. So government has no business competing with the private sector, but it's meant to. The way I like to put it is, instead of being on the way, government must learn to be along the way. So it's like a highway, right? So as government, ensure there are the filling stations for people to be able to stop and buy petrol, ensure that there are the mechanic stops for people who have issues, be able to stop and get a mechanic, ensure the roads are good, ensure there are speed bumps where there need to be speed bumps. But as government, we must stay out of the way and allow the private sector to be able to drive the space.
So you're just to be the provider.
Exactly. And then when you look at also the core improvements that are required, there was a talk about the library, for example, at Ghost Institute, and the opportunities that are available. I think there's a lot more. We have museums in Nigeria, for example. I see no reason why we cannot use virtual reality to upload everything we have in our museums and have someone sit in India and be able to tour a Nigerian museum. That way, we're not only selling our arts and crafts, we're also making money for the country, we're also making money for the ecosystem. Beyond that also, there are so many other opportunities. For example, the Nigerian military, the Nigerian police force, they do not tell their stories. I have friends who have fought for this country 5 years, 6 years in war, with bullets in their boots, bullets in their helmets. Nobody's telling their stories. How do we use the creative sector to tell these stories, to show people the core issues that are going on, and to be able to not just make money, but also make positive impact? And then when you look within the space of skills, how do we, the sector has built skills in a very ad hoc way. How do we have systems that institutionalize the opportunities to skill? How do we work with our universities, with our polytechnics, with our colleges to institutionalize the process of skilling the people? But beyond skilling them, also providing the opportunities for them after the necessary skilling and education. And finally, on platforms, we have Netflix, we have Amazon, for example, we have YouTube. What are the alternative platforms that we're looking at as a country? What are in fact, as a continent, as the African continent, what are the opportunities that we're looking at to start to build our own platforms, to start to tell our own stories, start to create our own content and push it out to the rest of the world? If you ask me, those are the core areas of improvement besides the space of innovation that we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ife.
Okay, so I'll just piggyback off what he's just said. Collaborations. Think in the area of more collaborations, but most importantly, platform thinking. Right. I as someone that has also built a platform myself, I think there's a lot more that can be unlocked in the creative space when you have properly structured platforms that is spread across the country that will then unlock these talents that are existing. So I, at some point in my career, built a hub where people can come and just share their work, showcase their work, network, and just basically prototype ideas and solutions and all of that, especially from the creative space. It's also being able to use creative work to then break down like hard, complex stories and data to something that people can actually relate with and connect with. We've seen how the music industry has been able to take the Nigerian culture, for instance, and then export. That kind of thing happens when you have those platforms where people collaborate. So I'm actually, as a creative person, as an artist, I'm very big on building and owning platforms, right? One of the things that I'm currently doing now as well is creating a space where innovators, designers can come and prototype their products. But it doesn't stop there. We are also building a platform where they can sell their products, what they create, right? Because you don't want us to also depend on platforms that we don't own. So yeah, that's it. It's really around collaboration, more collaboration between creative people, government, and then owning platforms. Yeah.
Thank you for all that you shared. I even think you gave us even a lot more than we were expecting. Some projects to look forward to, which is really kind of you of sharing that. Okay, I have another question. How can the creative industry inspire innovators and actually just, I guess, sustain and keep innovators? I think you sort of answered that question already. But what advice do you have, like, for startups? Can we start with you, Chuma, actually?
Okay, so I think for anybody that is creating a startup, the role of creativity cannot be overstated. It's very much like understanding what for you to create a solution, right? You need to understand what you're creating for, and you really need to tap into the creativity of the space. So the creative industries provides that, what I would call it, the ecosystem that you can tap into so as a founder of a startup, you need to think of all of that aspect, understand all the cultural nuances, yeah, because you also don't want to create something that will be dead on arrival. So you really need to think about influences, how people perceive things, how they receive things, and how they would also consume cultural content before you then properly develop a solution and put out there. So it's very important that you understand the nitty-gritty of the cultural aspects of the people before you then develop solutions for them. Yeah.
Okay, Ife, please.
So I think to inspire innovators, on the public sector side, you have to look at it in two ways. The first is collaboration with the ecosystem. This is an ecosystem that has thrived in spite of the government, not because of the government, right? So the government itself must change its thinking and engage better with this ecosystem. The federal government, for example, for the first time as a Ministry of Creative Economy, that sends a signal that inspires the ecosystem. The federal government has appointed someone like Obiasika, who is a core member of the community, to lead a critical agency within the community. That inspires hope within the community. So I think that's one critical part that government must continue to do. The second part of it is actual funding. Government is the one that can take the risks that the private sector may not be able to take. So I'll use Nollywood as an example. Nollywood has thrived in spite of government. Now government needs to put good money within that space to move from mediocre storytelling to actual movies that can sell globally. Now, by the time government takes the initial risk and the private sector sees the potentials and the opportunities, then government can pull out and allow the private sector to continue. Which is why a program like IDICE, for example, is extremely critical. The program looks to raise about $600 million for this, for the tech and creative ecosystem. About $401 million of that is already committed. Will be focused on three core areas. One is on enterprise support, looking at creative hubs, creative centers that are supporting the ecosystem and working with them. Within that same component, also looking at skills development. How do we build a sustainable skills pipeline? For example, one interesting conversation that myself and Mr. Obiasika have been having for a couple of months is, in the southeast of Nigeria, there are a lot of buildings that people only visit these buildings during Christmas. Massive mansions, right? How do we utilize these buildings and ensure that there is some form of economic sustainability within these buildings that are being used for through the year when they are not being occupied by the owners, right, who are spread all over the world? So those sorts of investments can only be made by government because they are very risky. The second is the access to finance opportunities within IDICE, which is a critical part of what the creative sector needs at the moment. How do we provide risk capital, but not just risk capital, but also patient capital that allows you to be able to go in, make an investment, and take time to be able to get that out? And on that, within that, we're going to have two options, which will be equity. How do we do equity investments within the space? And the second, which is going to be debt. How do we provide loans that are at very reasonable rates and are affordable and available to the ecosystem over a period of time? Well, the last pillar of the program is on policy, which I've spoken earlier. How do we work with policymakers to ensure that you don't stifle innovation? Every Nigerian agency wants to charge something. there's this new agency that came up with some fee that regulators have to. I mean, those agencies should be, anybody who announces that should be sacked. That sends a message to the ecosystem that the government is serious about not opposing their growth and their development. So I think if you look at those three key areas, and the government sends this right message, and government puts its money where its mouth is, like it is doing with the IDICE program, setting up of a new ministry, appointing people within the ecosystem that the ecosystem respects and recognizes into critical positions, I think we're going to be able to inspire more creators.
Thank you for that. Mr. Obi?
Hi. Can you repeat the question? Because my brother was going deep.
You already sort of answered the first part of it, which was how can the creative industry inspire innovators? But the latter part is what advice do you have for startups?
Oh, I see. I think the first part of the question, the simple answer is storytelling, right? We have incredible stories in Nigeria, hidden stories, both ancient and modern, happening right now, happened in the last 25 years, and we do not storyfy, so we don't put them on a pedestal, and therefore people sometimes, you walk past the greatest story ever told, you're walking past it every day, but because nobody told you the story, you don't know. So Nigeria has literally 1 billion of these things, and we need the next generation to really focus on telling stories, because it's just like the Super Eagles that won Atlanta Gold in 1996. 6 African countries declared a public holiday because of that. If you're not old enough to be alive, you don't even know the story. It shut down the world. Only one movie's been made about it. It's on Amazon Prime, so 200 million Nigerians have not seen it. Do you get what I'm saying? We have 1 billion stories like this. I talk about Thor and Shango all the time. Shango is abandoned somewhere around Lagos. Thor is approaching $30 billion. It's storytelling, right? We have to engage ourselves and stop running from ourselves. Our greatest stories are around us all the time. And I think in terms of inspiring startups, I would look at Maven Records, for example. I was there when Maven Records began. I'm sitting here today. They've exited maybe $150, $180 million. I was also here when they told us that the music is not serious, it's not business. I don't know how many Nigerians have exited at $180 million. And they're still running their business. Do you understand? So success is the example. Do you understand? Success is the example. InterSwitch was here earlier presenting. I remember when InterSwitch was a concept on a business plan. Today it is what it is, right? So I think seeing people who have followed through and understand that to win you have to fail. Because I think a lot of people think when the attention economy, they think it's all on Instagram. They just see the guy's good days. You didn't see the suffering. You didn't see him pre-private jet. So you think he lives in the private jet. He doesn't. He's working non-stop. So I think people need to understand that the hustle is real. Anybody you see that's super successful, they're working 20 hours a day. Nobody's giving them anything. They have to do the work. So the power, for me, for startups, look at the power of example. For everything else, it still comes back to storytelling, even for the startups. And I think it would be great if some of our most successful startups and businesses told their stories. Because then you would learn that it wasn't a layup. Nobody gave them a through pass. Yeah.
Hard work, yeah, does pay off. Hard work pays off, yeah. Thank you for that. Chinere? I will continue. I'll first start with startups and businesses as someone that, worked majorly to see points of synergy between businesses and artists. Artists, I respect the artists so much. I feel they are such a hotbed for critical thinking, problem solving, imagination. Like when you meet a true artist, there's something that it just does to your heart and gives you so much faith in capabilities of what you can do. And it's something that has steered me forward personally. And I've seen the library as this space for synergy between businesses. And one thing businesses and startups have is resources. It's not just financial, but also tools. For example, there was an artist that we had sent to Berlin last year on a residency at the Institute to learn quantum computing. We're trying to see how that and the space that it will take in Nigeria. So he's currently in a residency, another residency in Berlin,
and he was in Ireland last year, he's in Berlin now, and he's going to be back in Nigeria to do a quantum computing where he's going to talk about all he's learned and how he's been able to use that technology and teach other artists about this technology. Now, what do I need for this technology? Data. It's not funding. All I just need is data for the artists to work with so that they can conceptualize and think about it. There's also other this is just one example of really cool programs that we have in the library. So, and I think this is somewhere businesses can really key into. The artists in Nigeria, they are really smart, and what they need is a space for that rigor, to find a space to experiment and to test and push the capabilities of what they can do. And this initiative is great to see what's available outside of the country and how can it be indigenized in a sense to suit our own realities. And then for the government, that's to speak to businesses and how you can contribute to the creative sector. And also still take, I know there was a panel earlier where he mentioned about artists having proposals and they should think about, what it is in for the business. And I think that aside from thinking about money, there's, there are industries like product design. There was a fair some time ago at this space as well, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, they were making Wi-Fi extenders. So with sockets, very innovative, like with your plugs and sockets, they would also act as Wi-Fi extenders. And that sort of thinking, that it's only a creative person. A business is also an art form, but your presentation of that idea, how the Wi-Fi extenders could look like, indigenizing it, the design aspect of it, promoting industrial design and product design, it's the artist, and that is something that they can offer your company, aside from the bottom line, that is profit. And for the government, I would say you had mentioned the creative hubs. I would say that to not forget the museums, archives, and libraries. So it's not just having independent creative hubs that are these spaces for them to sit, but then there are creative hubs that have this information, these stories that they can jump off and read about and engage with for them to create the works after. That I feel that's somewhere that the government could really key into funding for libraries. With just the Goethe Institute Library, we're able to have programs, like I mentioned, the quantum computing program, the informal robotics program we have coming up, the film program as well, all within this small space that is the library. And so imagine if other libraries in the country are activated in this way, where young people are able to just come and learn new skills, experiment without thinking about finance and other bottom lines as well.
Can I just say something to add to that? Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I should say that, my council, for example, we have 14 offices around Nigeria. We already redesignated our offices as creative hubs. We're putting in digital labs into every office in terms of to deliver the capacity building, but also co-working spaces and production space, because we want a situation where our offices have traffic every day. It's all well and good having a big office. What's happening in the office, right? And then it connects better. The National Museums Commission, for example, has 58 museums around Nigeria. And a lot of that space is dead space, in the sense that the way we still look at museums is very different from how the world is looking at museums today. So you're going to museums in Brooklyn or New York or DC, and there's a nightclub in the museum. There's concerts going on. There's all sorts of things happening. And I think here we're still looking at museums as some third-party place. So I know that the new DG has some very strong ideas. He's already working with virtual reality, which Ife was talking about. He actually went and projected a 20-foot sculpture of Queen Idia at Charles de Gaulle Airport when he was on his way back from the Biennale. Unfortunately, you had to have been wearing his glasses to see it. But when I see it, I took the video clip and I posted it, because that's just part of what you can do when you reimagine what you already have. So I just want to support what you're saying 100%. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can we actually give our panelists a round of applause, please? Yeah. I was going to ask if each one of you had some sort of, sometimes it's really different when you're outside looking in and you're thinking, oh, I actually think your industry needs this and your industry needs that. But to be honest, like all four of you have kind of bridged each other's industry, but I don't know if you have per se anything that you would want to say maybe for the fashion industry particularly, even though that's not your maybe space?
Fashion is mine.
Fashion is, okay. Every space is Mr.
Looks
Obi
like a
Asika's
footstepper.
space, just so everybody knows. But no, I mean, I don't know if, for example, you have something to say about any one of your industries. I don't know. It's almost like we're kind of swapping hats in a way.
Yeah, I mean, well, I will say this about the fashion industry. I can tell you this, in terms of the fashion industry and in terms of recreation, culinary arts, these are all things that are within my council. And all of these spaces, well, first I'll invite you to the National Festival of Arts and Culture in October in Abuja, where the states of Nigeria compete in these spaces, right? They compete over food, dance, song, masquerades. But we're rebooting it for 2024 because it's kind of being done as coverage. This is going to be produced. It's going to be on DSTV. It'll be on your mobile phone because we need young people to connect to the culture. You know, I think a lot of times in Nigeria, we walk past, I said it before, we walk past what we have that comes naturally to us. The fashion industry in Nigeria is massive. It's actually the leading sector of the creative economy in Nigeria. It is humongous, and we have probably 200,000 fashion designers because everybody on IG is a fashion designer as far as I'm concerned, you know? So I think that what Ife was talking about earlier, which is about how government can enable, this is working with sector leaders, as I mentioned earlier. We're working to get to a point where we can begin to issue agreed and aligned roadmaps for these different sectors. Because the mistake that happens for me is I sit in my office and I project a roadmap. I didn't discuss it with anybody and I announce it. That's dead on arrival. What we rather do is we talk with the guys, okay, what's your problem? I'm blessed. I sat in 2021, we developed the 2020 to 2050 economic roadmap for Nigeria, and I did all these sectors already. So we already have all the sector leaders. We already have some form of roadmap, but we're just not going to build on it to make it fully fitted out, if that makes sense. Yeah, the fashion illusion. Give me some credit. Yeah, so that's about it. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot.
I don't know if Chinyere or Ife or Chima, you have any contribution to other sectors other than yours?
I'll say one thing that is so great about working in the library is so multidisciplinary. For the library, I think fun facts, the first computer was from textiles, and that is traditionally, that has been our form of knowledge transfer because, you know, libraries even as a concept was brought into the country. In Igbo culture, it was story tales, tales by the moonlight, uli. In Yoruba culture, it's adire, the proverbs in the fabric as well. So there are all these synergies, and then Western, when you have the Jacquard's loom, I don't know if I pronounce it, Jacquard's loom, you know, the binary numbers are programmed into the fabric. So that's come to the library. That's how I'll tell anybody. There's something for you in the library. It's such a beautiful, fun place, and information is very cool.
I second that. There's a library in Alliance. Come to the library. I was the head of library before I was cultural coordinator, so I honestly relate, and I second what she says.
So for me, I would like to speak firstly about theater. I think that's an interesting space. May not be a very profitable space, but I think it's a space that there is potential, there are opportunities, and I think it's also a space that can be used to reach the underserved very easily and very quickly. To sort of catalyze that space, maybe our partners like the EU can support some form of work within that space, and just look at how we can take theater to other places, you know, outside the core Terra Culture, Muson Center. I, for example, struggle in Abuja to find places to go to see stage plays, not to talk of someone who lives in maybe Enugu or Zamfara, if you can't even get that in Abuja.
We have a program for that.
Oh, okay.
Device, live philosophy. So we have the stage reading, and then people talk about the philosophy there.
Okay, so I'd like to learn more about that. So when you say speak about something that is not your core, I'll say that in particular for me. The second thing for me is the core artists in Nigeria. There are a lot of, you know, you go to Yola, you go to Borno, and you see these really young artists who are doing a lot of good work. How do we project the work that they do a lot more, and how do we provide opportunities for them? Because really, it's just about opportunities a lot of the time. How do we give them more opportunities to be able to get more recognition and be able to, of course, make more money from their art?
Okay, I think you pretty much said everything, but I'll just pitch into formal education. I think what we've seen, just not just Nigeria, but across much of Africa, is basically shared peer-to-peer learning. There's not much of creative professionals being trained professionally. I don't know if that makes sense, and that's a bit of quite an irony, right? Because when you think that a country like Italy has more designers than the entire continent of Africa, then you begin to see where the problems are, right? Because there are people that have to develop these solutions. These people have to be equipped with skills to do that. So in the basis, in the space of creating education and then equipping the creative industry is where I think that a lot more work needs to be done from primary education level to the secondary, and then importantly the tertiary, right? There are very few spaces where creatives are being trained. I mean, I did a lot of work cataloging spaces, and what you would find is that most of them are being driven by private sector-led spaces, created spaces where you really can't put a tab on the standardization of things. And then lastly, it would be policy, because at the end of the day, if government does not wield the big stick, then the rest of us do not follow. So my very good friend and boss, who is here as well, understands this, that the government then needs to also put a policy in place where a lot of funding and platform creation and all of that would, as a matter of stipulation, ensure that the creative industry component is a must, is fixed in, like what has been done with banking and all of that. So yeah, that's.
I also think it should be regulated, because I do feel like there are places already that people are being trained, but maybe the quality of the training is the issue. So we can throw money at things, but then you can also throw money at the wrong things. So I think definitely quality is it's overlooked, and I think it's the most important. But I think we've run over the time maybe, and yeah, thank you everyone for listening, and thank you as well to our panelists as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them another round of applause again? At this point, I would like to remind members of the audience that you can still submit your poetry in our slam poetry competition, rhymes and poetry on innovation. Entries are still going. We'll be shutting down the panel in a few moments, so if you haven't gotten your poetry in, now is the time to get your piece of art displayed and stand a chance to win some amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Thank you guys so much. We now move on to our next panel and discussion. This conversation will be focusing on Nigerian funding opportunities for innovation and digitalization. This session will delve into the funding opportunities for digitalization and innovation. I beg your pardon. And innovation for Nigerian SMEs, innovators, and the industry. Leading this conversation is Mr. Peter Bankole, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Admin at the Pan Atlantic University, Independent Non-Executive Director, Zenith Bank. Please make a warm welcome for Mr. Peter Bankole, all the way from the Pan Atlantic University, Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you very much. Fun fact, Mr. Peter and I shared a radio program not too long ago, so thank you very much. It's always good to realign with you again. Welcome.
So good afternoon, and welcome to this very interesting panel based on the panelists that I have here on me. Can I quickly call the panelists to the stage. Babatunde Omoloye, the team lead public sector intervention programs at Bank of Industry. Thank you very much, Babatunde. A round of applause for him, please. Next is Abimbola Olufore Wycliffe, UNIDO Head Investment and Technology Promotion Office in Nigeria. Thank you very much, Abimbola. Next will be Olubumi Kolidaudu Smidan, Lagos State Manager. Thank you, nice to have you again here. And finally, Zachary Mamodu, Project Director at Aliko Dangote Foundation. Yeah, that was the first thing I noticed myself. So, first feedback to the organizers, this is gender unfriendly. Okay. You know, in Nigeria, we do not have shortage when it comes to innovation. If you look all around you, people are innovating almost every day. In the last 2.5 decades, I've worked in the industry promoting startups. But one thing that I can tell you is that when they get to that height of their innovation, funding seems to be a roadblock. And today I have these gentlemen who will show us the opportunities that we have in the system in Nigeria. But let me quickly start by asking them right away, what are the current funding opportunities available? Again, what I'm going to do, we just take it from here, from left to right, very quickly. Show us what opportunities we have in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. So regarding funding, I would say to start with, there are three categorizations to funding, especially for startups, right? First is, what kind of funding are you looking at? So you have equity fund, you have debts, and you have grants, right? So these are the core three categories of funding advantage for your business. And then the next thing is to ask yourself as an innovator, why do I need funding, right? And irrespective of which category of funding I'm going for, whatever I'm doing, am I fit to be funded, or do I think that any funding organization across this vertical would be willing to fund me as a business? Having said that, to answer your question more directly, what are the funding opportunities? You have the VC firms, local and international firms who are willing to fund startups. You have the private equity firms. You have the high net worth individuals. You have foundations like the Aliko Dangote Foundation, like the Tony Elumelu and Co. You also have government intervention programs. And you have intervention programs from DFIs like the Bank of Industry, African Development Bank, the World Bank, and all that. So there are different programs across this strata of funding. It could be a grant, it could be an equity, and it could be debts. So depending on what you are looking for and at what stage of innovation you are, these are the opportunities that are open for you to tap into.
Thank you. I know you mentioned the VCs, but as at today, that is not fully developed in Nigeria. So I would like to hear more what other areas, but the one of grants, yes, I do know, and Bank of Industry has played in that space, in addition to the federal government. So Bimbola, maybe we can hear from you.
All right, thank you. My name is Collins Usagio Mokara. I'm actually representing Abimbola.
Abimbola, okay.
So that was the gender aspect of the
I was wondering because I thought Abimbola was a lady.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
no problem.
Thank you so much. I think I'll speak specifically to from the UNIDO bit. So I work as an investment and technology professional expert for the UNIDO ITPO Nigeria. Specifically, there are about 3 I'll just probably touch on. We have the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program. Essentially, that the program is meant to obviously amplify innovators, startup within the clean tech space to access that funding. And it is focused on sectors that are driving, green building, renewable energy, conversations around protecting environment. So for businesses or startup ideas that have solutions, particularly those that can give access to those that are challenged with regards to the gaps that we see, information, access to it, we obviously be able to apply for such funding and have that huge opportunity to qualify for that. Again, the second one is the accelerated for a global approach. Essentially, that funding, it's focused on also businesses that have exposure in the clean tech space, that is focused on the clean hydrogen, the high interest minerals, and of course, the energy transition space. So that funding is also supported by the EU in collaboration with the UNIDO and the ITC and the World Bank in terms of implementation. Those are funding that are available for businesses that have exposure within that space and obviously can qualify. The third aspect is basically a platform that also supports global interest for funding. It is called the Invest in ACP platform, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific platform. That platform essentially helped to mobilize funding, help to create profile businesses to access funding across select sectors that are of priority to those investors. So when you look at a business, so we work with investment promotion institutions like the NIPC, work with states or subnational investment promotion agencies and other interest parties or institutions that are focused on driving investment promotion. So we look at businesses, profile them, and then when they meet those certain criteria, we then upload them into that platform that give them that global presence. So essentially, those are 3 areas I think is very important, and we have made a lot of progress with regards to that.
Thank you very much. Actually, I chair the Nigerian Climate Innovation Center, and indeed, we're able to look at climate-related businesses. So what I'm hearing from you is that as startups, we just don't look everywhere. There are specific funding for specific sectors, and we should be able to identify and to move to
Very
that.
important.
Fantastic.
Very important.
Thank you so much. Let's move to Smidan. Again, we work with Smidan quite a lot, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on innovative funding, right? So I'll just mention 3 right now, which 2 we're already working with in Smidan, and then and the last one is just not new, but we're just trying to see how we can work with that. The first is the crowdfunding. This has worked for a lot of SMEs, a lot of businesses in Nigeria. SEC is taking up, Security and Exchange Commission is taking up a great lead in this. We've had several conversations and engagements, as regards this crowdfunding. I think it's one of the biggest option for startups at the moment. The second one is just a conversation that just started a few months ago, and it's targeted at fintech for Lagos particularly, and that's the Timbuktu African Innovation Fund. Again, we're looking at how we can, there are a lot of conversation on how that can be expanded to help SMEs start up, particularly in the fintech, in other form of sectors as well. And then the last one is Foodicia. Foodicia is more or less like an ecosystem of financing for SMEs that has to do with invoicing and all that. I'm sure one of the representatives of Fiducia is in this hall right now, and those I think are the three major ones that are closer to us in Spain, and that's what we've been pushing SMEs or startups to to look at, to want to observe.
This is fantastic. But one of the things I would like us to look at, maybe later when we come around again, is this issue of investment-related crowdfunding. So you could probably have several businesses on your platform, and then people that are interested in those type of businesses can actually crowdfund for that business. Right. So it's something you want to think about. Yes. Let's move to Zachary very quickly. What's your take?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I mean, most of the terrain has been covered, right? The first question is, where do you lie? Innovators range from secondary school level all the way to established multinational companies, right? Innovation is not restricted or specific to any one person or institution. So it's important that we remember the wide variety. And so the source of funding varies across, what levels you are to start with. And as my fellow panelists have said, a key part is research. You have to do your research. I will speak specifically to the philanthropic, not-for-profit sector. This is a very challenging one for this space, right? A lot of people often assume that, if I want funding for my new idea, I should look for a charity or an NGO. You have to remember that charities and NGOs are not for profits. So therein lies the principal challenge. So first is, does the charity or NGO, does its charter allow it to provide funds to a for-profit business? If ab initio it doesn't, then it's dead on arrival. But there are ways around that. Your innovations could be in social enterprise. For example, businesses that are not primarily designed for profits. Your innovations could be in the social welfare sector, in health and education. So once that is clear, then you really just have to do your homework, because there's so many institutions out there and at so many levels. And you need to be able to distinguish between a funder and an implementer. It is often conflated. Implementers themselves look for money. So, if you go to an NGO thinking they just have money to give you, it's not necessarily the case. A lot of NGOs have their funding tied to very specific activities. There are very few, unfortunately, in Nigeria, there are yet very few untied funds available in the philanthropic space. Having said that, though, and given where we are, one of the biggest and most active players in this space is the EU Commission, right? But not directly. So I see this when I encounter a lot of young people in particular. They think, they just apply direct to the EU Commission. But it doesn't execute, right? It provides grants to other institutions who then deliver or implement. So you really have to understand how this works. And it's very interesting. I was in the exhibition space earlier, and one of the exhibitors is a program that has benefited from EU funding. And they've come up with a product. It's a really brilliant agro product. But then the question arose, how do you distribute it? And here they are now stuck because the EU funding restricts them from making a profit, right? So it's now like, we've got to have a sit down. They hadn't thought through all the way. So you really have to think through where you're starting from, where you want to be, and what the implications are across the value chain. Like my colleague here said, it depends. Are you a startup? Are you scaling? digitization, for instance, isn't necessarily a startup, it's an improvement on the existing. I could go on, so let me not monopolize the...
I'm going to stay with you 1 second, and I'm coming back this way. So, how do we ensure that opportunities are inclusive and diverse?
You know why this is a tricky one for me? Because how do you determine the limits of creativity? The whole point of innovation, right, is that it probably hasn't existed before. And for better or for worse, most funders, whether structured credit providers or philanthropic, still have a checklist that you have to meet. And checklists tend to restrict and limit, yes. So, but this is a space I know that Prof here is very active in, is how do you strike that balance between, you know, control, management, accountability, transparency, while allowing creativity and innovation to really take form. Traditionally, this is where philanthropy has come in historically, outside of the global south. You have a generous donor who just provides huge amounts of funding for research. There's no restrictions, there's no, just run with it. In the global south, we've not really developed that yet. And there's a case to be made for public sector investment in research. I mean, you're all witness to the conversations in Europe right now between the UK and the EU following Brexit, and a lot of the scientific collaborations that are now caught up in this. African governments need to do a whole lot more in investing in research, but also private business and private philanthropy.
Okay, I'll move to Smedan, but interestingly, I also sit on the council called LASRIC, Lagos State Science and Research and Innovation in Lagos, and we do actually provide grants to all kinds of people, whether it is research, in science, all kinds of things, and without string attached. Well, maybe. The only thing we say is that Lagos State must benefit, which means we have to be the first recipient of that innovation. Then you can scale it to the rest of the world. But I'd like to hear what Smedan is doing.
So thank you very much, Prof. I think for inclusivity, right, all innovations, to be funded, first of all, we need to start thinking of awareness, right? How do people get to hear that such funding is available? How do we make this information so easy for innovators, to get? Secondly, stakeholders engagement. I think regularly there should be some form of engagement with every form of, all the stakeholders, including startups themselves, businesses. Network of innovators, being supported to build their capacity is also a form, of this inclusivity. People just need to know that, okay, I can always access this, from somewhere. And that's why Smedan is there, right? We're like a one-stop shop for you to get, all this various information that you need to get. So, we are like at the middle of the balance for, for information dissemination to SME. So if you need information where you can get funding, where you can get access to any form of factors for you to develop, we'll all be there. But I think that awareness and stakeholders engagement regularly is one of those things that can increase the inclusivity.
Fantastic. So when we democratize this, it makes it easier for access. Okay, Unido, please.
All right, thank you. I think I would like to address that from two perspectives. So first is the pre-catalytic stage and then post-catalytic stage. At that pre-catalytic level, like what my co-panelist said,
that's exactly.
You have somewhat level of democratized space. So as innovation, everybody want to jump in at that point. But those funding probably may be to just move you to a certain needle level. But for proper industrialization or proper impact on a larger scale, you probably are looking at the second level of post-catalytic stage. And at that level, that's where the real conversation come in. I think there are certain things that are required to be done at that stage and are very, very important. Bankable projects, the level of bankability coming beyond impact, it becomes so important for it to be sustainable. And that is very important. Two, R&D, like you mentioned, is very, very critical. Because at that stage, you want to have for a government position now, so you want to have an institution that can hold so many of these innovators at moving into the post-catalytic stage, and to ensure that governance is kept straight, to ensure that the operations are airtight, and to be sure that the kind of funding at that level is also supported by some government guarantees. You know, if you are looking for funding to, say you want to do a sugar value chain, a technology in sugar, at primary phase alone, you are looking at, let's say for a 10,000 hectare, you're looking at $120 million at the minimum for just 10,000 hectares. So at that level, you require a lot of government interventions that give some form of heavily tampered interest exposure, a long-term moratorium. So at that level, you know that for all of the type of investments you are now looking at, whether domestic or foreign direct or diaspora funding, they are all breeding on one key issue: confidence. Confidence in who is behind all of this. Do I see a sustainable future? Is it within the capacity of this to continue? So I think those are my area. I think.
Thank you. I like the way you split into two verticals. Let's hear him, and then we'll move to the final round of questions.
All right. So somebody mentioned on this stage earlier and said innovation will go to where funding is, right? And I think that is where this problem really lies. If we focus our lens on where the major funding is majorly in Lagos and probably Abuja and Port Harcourt. And that's why most of the investors are also kind of resident around this axis. But what do we need to do differently for diversification? Just to add to what they have said, we need to have more local funders, right? More local VCs, more local PEs. International investors will not come and want to look at Taraba, want to look at Enugu. What is top of mind for them is Lagos, is Abuja. That's where they feel safer. Those are the locations that have been pitched to them. But for the local funders, they will be willing to because they understand the terrain a bit more better than international investors. But on the other hand, what will also make that attractive for international investors, it's more of fund guarantees, right? Fund guarantees could come from the government, it could come from any of the multilateral international partners. But if there is a guarantee to support such investments, people will be willing to invest, either through crowdfunding or whichever model.
Okay, the funders have just taken the mic from you. You can maybe use yours.
I think it's back up. Right. So just to zero in on this, part of IDICE is one of the programs that the Bank of Industry is executing. IDICE is investment in digital and creative enterprises. And one of the fantastic things that the government has done on IDICE is to support the program with a 30% first loss on the investments, such that it makes it de-risk the investment in the first place, and it makes it attractive to other investors that want to come into the fund. The models like this would really help in diversification across industries across locations. And that model, the IDICE model, also supports, ensures that 20% of all investments must go into regions that typically would not be exciting or interesting for investors to go to. So 20% of your investment must go to Abia, it must go to Sokoto, it must go to Kano. So everything is not always just concentrated in Lagos because it's already de-risk for you and for all the investors. So guarantees and models as this would really help diversification into some of these areas.
Yeah, I agree with you up to a point. It's not that Lagos is the mainstay for inflow, for financial reasons, de-risking and things like that. When people are investing across Africa, across the continent, they will tell you, go and test it in Lagos first. Because if it works in Lagos, it will work anywhere. So beyond the funding, the de-risking and everything, any type of challenge that you will ever encounter, you will encounter it in Lagos. And once you can cross it, it's okay. Let's go to the final round of questions. And again, any one of you can start. Do we have success stories we want to share with the audience? Maybe just one each. Success stories around funding opportunities that you have all talked about. Zachary, you want to start?
Yeah, well, I don't know that I can restrict myself to one.
Okay, please.
Right. Again, part of why I say, it's hard to restrict one because there's so many different types, right? So if you take, starting from the EU, the Digital Transformation Office, they provide a lot of work for digital innovation hubs, right? So if you are working in this space, this is one avenue. Across the Atlantic, the US government in the health space, for instance, under the PEPFAR program, there are PEPFAR grants that, well, are not quite $100 million, but for those projects that are, I think it's about $5,000 to $25,000 range, so really small but impactful. Closer to home, you can't talk about innovation, digitization, tech revolution in Nigeria without talking about CC Hub here in Lagos. They were instrumental to Yaba becoming what it is today as the Silicon Valley, if you will, of Nigeria. I think by last count, they had funded over 1,000 successful startups. In the last year, I think they had about 5,000 new initiatives on their roster. Of course, they're now beyond Lagos. They're in Lagos, in even Ijebu-Ode, in Abuja, in Kigali, and so on and so forth. European governments, for instance, the Dutch government has a program called Orange Corners that is being implemented by Fate Foundation. Now I'm coming to philanthropies, right, which is being implemented by Fate Foundation. But at Aliko Dangote Foundation, even while we don't directly fund, we work collaboratively with partners or we set up platforms. So Bank of Industries, for instance, we have a fund which is not necessarily restricted to just innovation, but we are at the moment revising the fund, which is an MSME fund, to have a component that is specific to innovations and startups and digitization at the nano micro level. Yes. We also work with either setup of fund and support platforms such as the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria that do some work. For example, I don't know if you're aware of the urine malaria test. That is a product that came out of one of the innovative initiatives of Pishan. So again, I could go on, but I'll let my fellow panelists speak.
But let me just, it's interesting you mentioned CC Hub. The very first hackathon that they did in Nigeria, in Lagos, was in my office, and I sat on their board for a period. But great institution.
Exactly.
They've moved from Nigeria to Kigali, and also they're in Kenya as well. You know, they bought iHub. So again, that shows that once you start and you start well, innovation, once it works in Lagos, it can work across the continent. Smedan, please.
Exactly. Thank you. I think last week is a very good example, right? I mean, it cuts across with the innovative ideas, incubating them and then funding, So I think last week is a very wonderful one. Fudisha, I'll mention again, is also because, I mean, in the supply chain, you have an order, you can't pay for it, you need to do, I mean, they are ready to fund you for you to go ahead with whatever you have to do, make sure you do your supplies, and then, they can claim their funds. So I think those are two success stories that I want to point out, and specifically we have seen samples, we have seen where they have impacted, and then we're expecting more from them.
Fantastic. Unido?
Okay, so I think I'll just speak on also specifics. In the Global Innovative Cleantech Program, again, that is also co-implemented by CCL. About 3 Nigerian entities were also funded based on the cleantech space. The size of funding between 100 and 300, and of course, just on the catalytic stage, again, like I said. The second one is on the global call. So a Nigerian entity, again, came second in the cleantech sector, on the cleantech segment of the UNIDO global call. An entity called GIVO, Garbage in Value Out. They are specialized in recycling, driven by technology, and they participated in global call. Out of all the companies that participated in the world, they were second. And as a Nigerian entity, started in Lagos, and they have facilities across Nigeria now. Their product, they've grown beyond just recycling and then creating product out of that, and also being able to get the data element of it. So with the technologies they have, you're able to identify which entity has the highest volume of waste within a certain segment of Lagos. And beyond that, there's also an incentive for you to bring waste to their facility. So again, that's the Nigerian entity that we obviously handholded, and then they came second in global call. And that was an exciting story that we always want to share.
Fantastic. Babatunde, BOI.
So I would say our success stories cut across the small, medium, and large enterprises, right? And there's a lot that the bank is doing across board, because that is the core of the bank's role or function. So what we have supported, we've been supporting businesses over the years, and it's been success stories, even businesses that are about losing it. The bank is able to revive them and bring them back to core production and keeping people's jobs. So the only additional thing that the bank is doing at the moment is this whole startup initiative. Mostly we deal with growth and advanced stage firms, but at this point there is a lot of capital injection into startups, which the bank is piloting alongside a couple of intervention programs and other multilateral organizations. And as we pilot and things scale, where the bank will be able to inject more funds into such initiatives.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, from these conversations, there are many opportunities when it comes to our accessing funds, but a number of them are very specific, focused, and you have to do a lot of research to be able to know the best fit. In fact, those funders themselves are very driven by their mission to say, we will only fund in this space. So you need, as startups, as SMEs, as innovators, to be able to align with them. But one thing that we did not mention, which I will share as maybe my experience, is with the federal government of Nigeria. We did a program called UWIN, and I'm sure you've heard of UWIN before. So we were right in the middle of UWIN in terms of conceptualization, implementation, and in that period, I don't know, every time I go, maybe at the airport, somebody will stop me, and I don't even know them. They say, oh, we were part of UWIN in Akure, we were part of UWIN in Sokoto, and these guys got grants of between $10,000 to $40,000 at that time. And those businesses, most of them, are turning over much more than that today. So it is important to have access. Think of grants, think of competition, but you have to be fully tested before you begin to enter the likes of VCs and some other things. I want to thank the panelists for a wonderful job on this one. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. And then we'll just have a picture before we go down.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have another round of applause for them? I would also like to correct a previous error made earlier. I referred to our panel, our moderator regularly. He is Dr. Peter Bankole, ladies and gentlemen. After this photo session, ladies and gentlemen, after this session, I would like to request that members of the audience please file right behind Dr. Peter Bankole and Zakari Mamudu for a brief inspection of some of the innovative works by some amazing individuals in the reception area. Please put a round of applause together for some of the amazing showcasings that's available at the reception area. If Dr. Peter Bankole and Zakari Mamudu are ready, they would like to lead members of the audience for a brief inspection of some of the amazing technologies and innovative applications that are available at the reception. So the good doctor and Mr. Zakari, if you are ready, I think we can get members of the audience to file in behind you for a brief inspection. So we're going to bring you right back to the audience here later on, where Mr. Vincenzo Lorusso is waiting to share with each and every single one of us the results of the rhyme and poetry on innovation. So please, once again, if you could just please file out with us. Dr. Peter and Mr. Zakari are ready to take us on a brief tour of some of the innovative applications that are currently present and ready to be showcased. It wouldn't be an Nigeria EU Innovation Day without actually showing you any real innovations that can be applied in any of the spheres that we've talked about, from e-health, agri-tech, Industry 4.0. We do have quite a brief collection. Please take out your time to take a look, pick up a flyer or a pamphlet, ask questions, do the needful, bring it right back to the hall. Our rhyme event will be taking place shortly. We have quite a number of entries, ladies and gentlemen, and that means you're about to be wowed by the capacity of our audience. can hold to give yourselves a round of and journey. I gotta tell you, these are the things that innovative dreams are made of. Big thank you to Team EU for making this a possibility. Amazing stuff, investing so much in the Nigerian talent and Nigerian growth. We can't continue to thank them enough. And if you have any questions at all that you would like to pose to any one of our panelists or organizers, feel free to reach out to me. And I'll be able to direct you to the people who would give you the very best responses. So once again, final call, please, if you could just make your way to the front areas of the seats. We're about to do our rhymes and poetry on innovation, ladies and gentlemen. And to help me deliver just that, I have our very own Vincenzo Lorusso, who will be coming up on stage to share the findings of the last 2 days. So ladies and gentlemen, if we could encourage Vincenzo with a round of applause. Vince, is that a signal that you're ready? So yesterday, what we did was we encouraged members of the audience to use the word innovation in a rhyme, a one stanza or two stanza rhyme. Be creative with it. You could make a rap song to it. You could put a musical lyric together, a sonnet, whatever it was that you thought would be creative enough to express your creative thoughts on the term innovation. And we have quite a number of entries this evening. It'll be my pleasure once again. Okay, Vincenzo needs a little more time to go through some of the entries. He has quite a tough job, ladies and gentlemen, because there's so much intelligence in the room, so much creativity. I wonder where we're going to be starting from. But we must do what we have to do. I myself would have participated, but he said no professionals were allowed, so I had to skip that one. But I'm pretty sure we're going to find something equally interesting. It's been a very productive 24 hours. And Vincenzo is now putting on his poetry cap. I hope all 30-something entries, we would have the opportunity to go through each and every single one of them. So once again, can we put our hands together for Vince as he makes his way on stage, ladies and gentlemen. He's ready now, I believe. Let's get this microphone. I would also like to use this opportunity to say thank you to all the moderators who took our time today to be here. It rained cats and dogs this morning, but you did not let the weather deter you from being here. So for that, we are truly grateful. For those of you who are joining us online as well, we would like to say a big thank you for joining us and taking our time to be part of today's process. To our technical team as well, I would like to say a big thank you to as well. You guys have been absolutely amazing. To our guests who are still seated here too as well, I would like to say thank you very much. Very amazing sharing today, the last 2 days with you. And to our organizers as well, you've made the last couple of days very interesting. And I'm sure that every single individual who has participated in the last few days would have a tale or two to share. And so please take this message to your family, friends, and loved ones. For those of them who missed out on these last 2 days of session, that they've missed quite a great deal, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know when the next one is going to be happening. Perhaps maybe it'll be next year or next month or something. But I am pretty sure that the next time we have this event, wow, we might have to charge people for seats. Yes, indeed. The man cometh, the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, Vincenzo Lorusso with the entries for our rhymes and poetry on innovation. What a treat you are about to experience. Good evening.
Evening, sir.
Thank you very much.
How's everyone?
Fantastic.
Everybody's doing all right? Can't hear you. No. You feeling okay? What do you think, Arthur?
I think you're good.
Good. Okay, so good evening, everybody. Indeed, and can we get the web page, if the web page is still on, the Slam Poetry for Innovators web page for a second. So we are very pleased to showcase today, at this very moment in time, no, please take this off, don't spoil it. And I meant the web page, but doesn't matter. If the web page is no more on, no problem. So we had more than 20 submissions, so thank you very much. Perhaps a big round of applause for the 20 plus courageous, brave, creative participants, attendees, innovators, entrepreneurs who took enough time to make their submissions. It wasn't easy at all.
No, it was not.
To come up with a bunch of finalists, and we had 6 lucky ones. Hopefully they're all here. We're going to call them on stage one by one so that indeed can come and tell us and enlighten us with their pieces of poetry. So we're going to start with the first one, and hopefully he's here. Is Henry Onyedikachi Alozie in the house? Henry, you're here?
Henry Onyedikachi Alozie, are you here? He's not here.
Does anybody know Henry?
Is anybody a friend of Henry's?
And I mean, have we got the poetry? Okay, so we'll try and call him again. Perhaps if anybody knows him at all, please do reach out to him and let's make sure he turns up. The second finalist is called Collins Ejike. Is Collins here?
Collins Ejike, fantastic.
Fantastic.
Round of applause.
You see, Collins, that's what I meant when I said see you later. I didn't even know it was you. So. Can we have another applause for Collins Ejike? Please, Collins, come join us on stage. All right, so Collins is here. The next finalist comes all the way from Europe, Italy particularly, Matteo Dell'Acqua. The third finalist, Future Ayate.
Future Ahiate, are you here, Future?
Future, you here? Please come join us. That's brilliant. So, there's another finalist who's unfortunately not here because she couldn't make it. I've asked for delegation to read out a poetry piece. And unless there's anybody else who wants to try, it's Miss Uzoma Ezeoke from EMSO, so a big applause to her. She took the time to make a submission, innovatively enough, and kindly enough. And then, another finalist, still a lady, Zainab Suleiman in the house.
Our young Hajia.
Right, so while we wait for Zainab to join us on stage, I'm still unhappy about the fact that Henry is not with us, especially because you will see his piece was in Pidgin English, is in Pidgin English. So is Henry Onyedikachi Alozie in the house? Maybe in the exhibition space?
Let me find out.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I guess I recited, but yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a shame to take. Yeah, we could read it out. It's quite a long piece, so. Yeah, I mean, we could always read that, yeah. So let's wait if Arthur got any luck in finding Henry. So can we have raised hands by those of you who made their submissions, who wrote a poetry piece and made a submission? We go 1, 2. So everybody, I would like to acknowledge and thank warmly those who still made a submission and not here on stage with us, you're still with us in spirit. Thank you all very much. And thank you for indeed endorsing the cause. All right, so no luck for Henry Onyedikachi Adozie. Perhaps indeed we will read this poetry piece. All right, so this being said, can we get the, thank you very much for that screen. Indeed, that's what we meant. Can we now get, friends, the screen with the text, with the lyrics? Right, so please go to page number 2. It starts with the name Collins Ejike. There you go. Can you just put it in, and don't put it in full slide mode so that we can get the full text? Yeah, exactly. Just put it 100%. That was done on purpose. So everybody can see the lyrics in full. A little bit smaller, please. I think there's a part missing. Let me try and... Sorry for the glitch. So Collins Ejike, please stand up. The podium is yours. Come and enlighten us. Take your time, enjoy. Before you start, a big applause for Collins Ejike. Collins, please allow me. If you had to choose a title to your piece, what title would you choose?
The Nigeria EU story.
Perfect. Collins Ejike, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me just read the rhymes first, the very short rhymes. Keep your ears, all right. Please just follow me. Keep your ears ahead of time as I spit those rhymes about innovation that redefines Nigeria and EU. Stride the single, pro-entrepreneurship, progress, people. Lagos to Brussels, full throttle, we'll bridge the gap. Putting a great future on the map. We'll cultivate startups, keep the land green. Success, the mantra of our dream team. This lyrical armor from knowledge and skill. Fire up the engines of economic thrill. With hubs in place, we'll set the pace. Can-do spirit, unity in diversity pays. Turn ideas to action with key support. While research is brought for progress reports. Fintech to agritech, disrupt the norm. Nigeria, EU, impact will form. Empower the youth, skill and mentor the new. Create jobs and opportunities for me and you. Our cooperation yields the change we need. So innovation, research, and enterprise seed. So let's rise since this moment in time. Nigeria, EU, future aligned.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Powerful stuff.
Collins Ejike.
So
thank you,
I think it's self-explanatory, really. Self-explanatory. I'm just saying that partnerships, research, innovation is the way forward. There's this guy, Ambassador Otto. He's one of the guys I look up to, and he said the future is collaboration, not competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Collins. Thank you. All right, friends, could you move to the next one, please? Just scrolling down. All right, so this is the one by Uzoma Ezeoke. We're going to read it out later. Please move to the next one. Matteo Dell'Acqua, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Vincenzo. I have to say that Vincenzo triggered us to play this game. He made a very nice sonnet, writing it at breakfast, you said. I tried over a coffee break, but it's not really the same, so maybe that's why. But I'll try to go. And it's a small rhyme, really. I started hot, but then I realized how difficult it is, so it's a bit short. So Vincenzo asked us to write a sonnet about European African innovation. So I figured to make an intervention, and I decided to submit it on the net. I will say my view on agriculture. So, sure, it can be pretty sciencey stuff. On the books, it might come across as stuff. But don't forget, it's also culture. So let's get together and celebrate. Although diverse, we come together. Our friendships is to end ever. In EU and AU, innovation is our fate. That's it.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Please stay with us for a second. If you had to choose a title, what title would you give it?
I'm not sure. Coffee break sonnet, maybe.
That's another two now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Matteo. Friends, please give us the next. It's going to be quite a substantive one. Next lyrics, please. Future Hayate. Afternoon, Future. Are you there? Future, if you had to give it a title, which one would that be?
Farmer Futures Farm. That was the title, actually.
Farmer's Future.
Yeah, Farmer's Future Farm.
Ladies and gentlemen, Future Hayate.
Welcome to the 22nd century. This is Africa, Nigeria precisely. So much change as you can see, and so it is actually. My friend Future is a farmer, a grower of exotic crops, and his farm is a lush wonder. And here we'll make our stop. Farmer Future's farm is grand. A skyscraper farm 1 kilometer tall. The plants don't need sand or even the sun and air at all. Strange looking crops growing, the work of genetic gambles, fat and flesh, their flesh glowing. Enough to save hungry tables, big berries and bulbs dropping, green veggies and ripe herbs. Farmer Future farms at ease, a smart organic farmer. They say he vectors bees, using them to pollinate flowers. He uses AI tech, robot that grows his crops, efficient agrobots and manual tech match, whose stamina never stops. Artificial lighting systems, regulated temperature and nutrients, control the humidity without germs, without the fury of the elements. Monitoring scarecrows with laser eyes, drones that transport the crops as they fly the skies. Rapid delivery to ready shops. Even his cattle are mega mutants, giant creature for meat and milk. His farm is a pest resistant, his systems are super sleek. Farmer Future's farm is fine, and eco-friendly work of art. This friend of mine is a farmer so smart. So this poem was actually dedicated to me by my friend because of the innovations we do in our farm. So it basically talks about how we are innovating in agriculture using blockchain, AI, and IoT, and soilless farming as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Future. All right, so this brings us to next text, friends. Zainab Suleiman. Zainab. I didn't hear any clapping coming from their side. I said Zainab Suleiman. Afternoon, Zainab. How you doing? Right, so Zainab, your piece is sharp and short. What's the title of it?
The title is My Africa, Innovation I Call.
Ladies and gentlemen, Zainab on the mic.
Hello, everyone. I draw the inspiration to write this poem from my Africa, nature, innovation, and the future of youth, like me, that strive for development in silence. For as nigh and high, thee lies on the horizon. Knowing within the chaos, here lies my Africa. In between the dreams do I stand, waiting for a twilight at sunset. I strive for nature to see, thee presumed by hard work and dedication. Behold my Africa. Today, I beseech the future through innovation. Thank you all.
Zainab, please come back. Please come back. I've got an idea, if you don't mind. Is Henry Onyedikachi in the house? And friends, could you please go back to the first text? Since you are so at ease, I believe you wouldn't mind reading this text, which is in Pidgin English. So take your time, enjoy, as soon as it's there. So, of course, we take this opportunity to fully acknowledge the poetry piece by Henry Onyedikachi Alozie, and since he's not here and we still want to celebrate his poetry, Zainab Suleiman will read this text. Zainab, floor is yours.
Niger they innovate, fly high. From Lagos to Kano, we reach sky. Europe be our partner, we know they tire. Together we move, our dreams go higher. Niger to EU, we shine our light. Innovation and research make everything right. Entrepreneurship they call, we answer loud. Together we rise, no more struggles around. Lab and workshop, now there we start. Tech to farming, we play our part. Niger and Europe, we join bodies strong. Together on this journey, we belong. Niger to EU, we shine our light. Innovation and research make everything right. Entrepreneurship they call, we answer loud. Together we rise, no more struggles allowed. We sing our song of development, chorus of nations, we all belong. Innovation na our guide, cooperation na key. Together we go see where team world fit be. So here is the future, where dreams they align. Niger and Europe united in this grand design. With innovation as our beacon and unity our guide, we go straight world where possibilities no go hide.
Thank you very much, Zainab. So we got, unless somebody feels like improvising something, we got the final one. If friends, could you please put on the screen the poetry piece, the third one, by Uzoma Ezeoke, which requires, by the way, coincidentally enough or not, participation by all of you. So I'm going to try and do it my own sauce, my own way. So to do that, we need to have a chorus together. Zainab, please come and help me. 1, 2, 1, 2. Right, so we're going to encourage the crowd to do the audience because they feel a bit shy. So it's as simple as that. We say innovate, and you repeat it, innovate. And then innovate, we do it 2 times. That's the chorus. Okay? So we give it a try. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Innovate. One more time. Innovate. Can hear you, Sabine. Innovate.
Innovate.
Innovate. One more time.
Innovate.
All right, we start. You can keep going, actually, as a background. Yeah.
Innovate.
Innovate.
The magic.
Take your time, take your time. Let it go.
Innovate.
One more time, yeah.
Innovate.
Innovate, yeah.
Innovate.
Yes, we innovate.
Innovate.
Innovate, yeah.
Innovate.
Come in.
Innovate.
The magic is in the way we collaborate. Agro, healthcare, literature, Afrobeats, all connected. From AI to music sheets. Don't be narrow. The future is broad. Stay here and fix us. Don't go abroad. To our friends from the EU, our eye don't glare. We see you. God bless Innovation Days. Together we are refreshing our ways.
Here we come again. Innovate.
Innovate.
Zainab.
Innovate. Innovate.
Thank you all very much indeed. And this was Innovate, Innovate, Innovate by Ms. Suseoma Ezeoke, Executive Director at EMZO Pharmaceuticals Industry. Arthur, the floor is yours again. Thank you all very much. And did you like this Slam Poetry for Innovators first edition ever? Shall we do one more time next year in 2 years' time? You can say no, huh? And anyway, thank you all very much, including those who didn't make it onto stage. Your submissions are appreciated. Perhaps we'll brainstorm about this. We can make a booklet. The authors will be contacted, and we'll see what we can do about it. Thank you, Arthur.
Agree.
Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you,
Round
guys.
of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So our innovative Poet Society. Yes, indeed. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Gentlemen and lady, please come back. We'd like to immortalize you with photographs here, please. This way. If you could just make it to the center. Who knows, you could make it to the cover of our very first publication. I didn't write anything. It's a bit like plagiarism. Thank you so much, everybody. If you could please continue putting your hands together as they walk off the stage. Innovate, 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 innovate. And let that be the words you guys take home with you today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to say our good evenings and thank you so much. And who better to put these words together? Let me introduce Dr. Leila Benamor Matthew, Head of Human Development, Section of European Delegation to the Nigeria and ECOWAS. And of course, our Poets Master as well, Vincenzo Lorusso, European Commission Policy Officer, Science, Technology, Innovation Cooperation with Africa.
Okay. Okay, Vincenzo, do you want to start? You want me to start?
I thought you were going to start.
I'm going to start. Okay, I don't know what else we can say after all these lovely rhymes. We were delighted to have you over these 2 days. It's our very first edition of these Innovation Days. And I think they were a great success. I would like to thank our contractors that put it together. Apodici and Media Insight for not because we need to, clap for them. Let's have a round of applause for them. So when we started working on this with Vincenzo last year, and especially with Vincenzo and Margherita starting in March, we wanted to showcase collaboration between the EU and Nigeria and what the good work that Nigerian researchers spread throughout your universities make. And it's difficult to work. I'm an academic myself, although I'm not working in academia right now, and I know how difficult it is to work alone in a lab without support. So this is a special effort we wanted to make to reach out to Nigerian researchers and scientists and bring them closer to how to build on their ideas and creative ideas and maybe make innovations out of them. So a special thanks to all of you. I'm going to leave the floor to Vincenzo, with whom I worked over this for some time. Just to say that we have been talking, it's very early days, but we hope to have second editions and third editions, hopefully, of this Innovation Day. And the government of Lagos, the commissioner was here this morning, has agreed that to meet with us and discuss on how we could pull it out together as a partnership between the government and the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Vincenzo.
Thank you, Leila. And perhaps just some few, a little reflection on the importance of the keywords perhaps that we heard during these 2 days, partnership. And as we were saying yesterday, and as Ambassador Izopi was conveying as a message, we do not want this. This is certainly not a starting point. We're not starting from scratch by any means, and this is certainly not a point of arrival anywhere. We want this really to be a milestone event that catalyzes further collaborations and enhances the partnership of research and innovation between Nigeria and the EU. I think we heard a lot about opportunities, about funding, resources, about websites and platforms that we could use and leverage on within Nigeria, but also at the interface with the EU. Of course, the recordings of these sessions are all available on YouTube, on the channel of the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, where we are currently being live streamed. So please make the most of the resources. You have access to, you know where to find us as well. So let's first of all keep in touch. Let's indeed make sure we grow and move forward as a community, implementing what we call indeed this African Union, European Union Innovation Agenda, in which and to which Nigeria has a lot to contribute in terms of implementation. And you as a researcher, as an individual researcher or innovator, please make use of the resources that are available and indeed reach out and proactively leverage opportunities that are there. Indeed, we also hope that the exhibition space and the discussion fora that we had over these 2 days enabled you somehow to start some collaborations or to at least exchange contact details with some peers, some potential funders and investors. Please indeed let us know so that we can indeed monitor the impact of what we're doing. And indeed, let's make sure that whenever we will have the second edition, which we hope, of course, to co-create with all of you, no less than all of you will be there, including, of course, those that you'll be able to spread the word to and to involve in the implementation of this collaboration. So sky's the limit, and there's a lot to be done, and we want to make sure this is done involving all of you, starting moving forward from today onward.
Thank you, Vincenzo. And as we have to do here in Nigeria, following the custom, which I find very nice, let us now declare these Innovation Days closed, and I wish you safe journeys back home. Thank you very much for having been here. Thank you, Inga. Thank you, all of you that has made it possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and of course to all our partners across ministries within the countries and to all the Nigerian stakeholders. See you next time, and let's keep in touch. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. I was told there is no after party, so I'm sorry to bust your bubble, those of you waiting for the after party. God bless you guys, and I hope you guys have a safe journey back from whence y'all came. Have a good one, and good night.